T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. Defeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO here, you're loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Living on through politics, bodyguarded heart and bets, a blue-eyed honesty, indigo injury, the family tree has failed, bereavement wants a will, giving up on certainty, wilderness society, wearing the fame like a loaded gun, tied up with a rosary. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy.
devastation, the right to breathe air as nature provided it, the right of future generations to a healthy existence. Let us, if we can, step back from the shadows of war, seek out the way of peace.
I love the look in your eye. I can see so sometimes, and we laugh when we try too hard. We stop and start on imagine being a Kennedy. I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Wearing the fame like a loaded gun. Tied up with a rosary. I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Imagine being a Kennedy. Oh, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy.
The cost of freedom is always high, and one path we shall never choose. That is the path of surrender, or submission. When a man's way please the Lord, the scriptures tell us, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. We will not prematurely or unnecessarily risk the course of worldwide nuclear war, in which even the fruits of victory could be ashes in our mouth. 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 Ashes in our mouth.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling some poo and eat some crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. CPI data rolling in this morning at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, 7:30 my time, which means just a little over an hour from now, we'll probably start seeing the effects of whatever the CPI ends up reporting. Right now, I put up a poll for you guys to kind of guesstimate what you think is going to happen. I've got 35% of you saying up, 25% of you saying I don't really care. I thought, I always feel like I got to give somebody an option for, the anti contrarian, I guess, so to speak, and and so I don't really care group is actually is pretty high up there. I really didn't expect it to be that many people, but I can understand that. I can appreciate that. And down is 21% and no change is 17%. I'm actually going to lean towards the down group. I'm not trying to sway the vote at all. I think it's going to go down zero point 0.2. That's just my guess for the day to day. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see. I do know that the Fed rate yesterday morning when we looked at it, the percentage of the Fed rate hike on the next meeting, which is about 21 days from now, was 70 something percent, if I recall from yesterday. I think it was like 71%. But let me open up the page again here. I'm opening it right now. 21 days, 6 hours, 46 minutes, and 59 seconds from now. It is. I'm pretty sure it was 71% yesterday, and it's now currently at 73.8% chance of a 25 basis points hike. So the Fed's obviously seeing something that's the opposite of what it was that they said that they were going to do originally, which was to kind of cool off on raising the rate. Uh, so I don't know. I'm not sure what it is that they're seeing that's causing them to feel like they're going to need to continue to raise it, but that's what it's looking like. Sensor Content says, I voted that I didn't care, then realized that voting at all means I must care or I wouldn't have voted. It's okay to be abstain. Yeah, it's all right. It's okay to say I just don't really it doesn't really impact me. I'm not really. That's fine to say. Let's see here. Easterby says I couldn't vote. I didn't care because my screen cut it off and I couldn't scroll down. Oh, that sucks. It must be on a phone or something, right? That's weird. I don't know. I don't know why that does that. Time to upgrade phones? I don't know. Mm, yes, Tech We Love. I don't think we've seen. I don't think we've seen the average this high before. The total cost to borrow of the amount of loans that are currently on hand, and we'll take a look. We can take a look at these numbers here in a little minute. Um, it has been a little bit higher once before. I think. I think our highest ever that we've had was 265. And that was set at about February 23rd of this year. And as I'm seeing it right now, the reported numbers from the 10th is 251. So we're just a little bit lower than that as of right now. But yeah, this is definitely one of the higher points that we've ever had of cost to borrow being at these kind of levels. We did have the last time that it was even close to this high, it was about 206. October 15th of 2020. So we haven't really seen any numbers quite like this since. Embro says, I went back to your first live stream yesterday. AMC was at 55 and you had no beard. I know. It's amazing, right? Kind of crazy. Nana says on phone I can't. I can only vote for the top choice, so I don't always vote. That's interesting. It's really weird that the phones don't have problems with that. Have you tried turning your phone up and down instead of? I'm not sure that would make a difference. Have you tried turning it sideways or up and down, the opposite of whatever way it is you're looking at it? Maybe that'll make a difference for you. It's really weird. Hmm. I don't know what to tell you. That's really strange. Yeah, don't vote on it if you can't put in what you don't want, or if you can't put in what you want. Sorry. Try throwing it in the air. It might help. myself myself is giving out recommendations. Try shaking your phone really, really hard. That might help. Have you tried have you tried have you have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in again? Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on? Today's movie, yeah, today's movie is going to be Twilight. I know so many people are going to be so happy with the movie choice for the day today. It's Twilight. But at least we get it off the list. You know, you won't have to vote for Twilight anymore. It'll once it's done and gone, it'll be off the list, and maybe there'll be some better movies on the next choice. Dynamite says Team Jacob. Yeah, I really didn't understand that whole Twilight series. Like, it was so, I don't know. There was something about it. It was just really kind of hokey. I was never really into that entire scene. Tech We Love says, "Ha, it was me. I voted for Twilight. I actually like the trilogy. I was never into it. I'm just gonna say, like, I would rather watch. I don't know if you ever saw this or not on HBO. They had a series called True Blood. I would way rather watch True Blood than Twilight. And I feel like Twilight kind of like it watered down the whole vampire uh like genre. It just watered it down and made it feel very not vampire-ish anymore." Dynamite says, "Neither did I. My daughter lived it." No, not Rambo. It was not Rambo. Richard says you have to make the live chat take over the whole screen. Swipe up to expand. Look at that. Look, Richard coming in with the help this morning, saying expand that live chat, and then it'll give you more of a room to be able to vote. See, the difference Tech We Love is that True Blood is like an R-rated version of Twilight. It's less it's a watered down version of vampires, but it's got like an R twist, so it makes it actually watchable. Nana says, "Oh my God, True Blood, and one of my favorites, and Dexter. Yeah, it was good. I liked it a lot. Vampire porn." Dynamite says, "Yeah, I mean it was well. Let's just say that nobody disliked it. A lot of guys didn't mind watching that versus the Twilight. So at least there's that." No, I knew exactly what you were talking about, Dynamite. You didn't have to explain yourself. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. True Blood is great, Tech We Love. It's way, way better. If you like Twilight, go watch True Blood. It'll be right down your alley, man. I promise you. It's literally Twilight rated R. It's an R version of Twilight. Yep. I would way rather do that myself. Way rather. All right, it's 6:21. I didn't have a whole lot to talk about this morning about anything else other than CPI. We got CPI coming up here in just about an hour, so we'll find out how the market's going to react with that. We currently have, let's see here, real quickly. We've got SPY up 0.12% for the day today so far in the pre-market. So as of right now, everything's looking green. Well, not everything, but most things are looking pretty green. We'll see what happens here once that CPI data comes rolling in. Let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going in here for the day today. So I'll take you guys over to the other screen here in just a second. When the big tramp disappears, actually, I won't be able to see anything as you guys are writing from this point going forward, but when the big tramp is gone, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns for me until after you see the big tramp up on the screen. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so just wait a little bit. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into, indigestion this morning. May prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And when you do sign up for that for your broker to test it out, see if it's something you can live with. If they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive your passcode, not a bad idea to use or utilize, because you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device, and you'll need a backup. So sign up for that. And then the other part is take pictures, please, or videos of your portfolio so you guys know what it is that you hold prior to any kind of changes that your broker may make to your account. There is nothing worse than a broker who accidentally changes your information incorrectly and you have no proof of what it was that you had held before. So make sure you're saving that information someplace where you can have that proof. The glasses are clean. I'm ready to go to enter in my two-factor authentication. I'm ready to go. Alrighty. Oh, okay. Got hit right off the bat on Fidelity with a bunch of URL code here. Not able to log into Fidelity at this time. It looks like they're down, perhaps. Let me try closing this page and reopening it real fast. Sometimes I get this, and it just requires me. Yep, all I had to do is just refresh the page to a previous saved link. They do that every once in a while to me. I'm not sure why it happens, but whatever. All good. Starting with the top left-hand corner. Man, I was so close. I thought I was going to be a little bit closer, but it was pretty close yesterday. Total price on AMC and Ape. We had 152 for Ape and then 543 on AMC. Combined price was 695. Let's see here. Nobody got the price prediction tally points. The closest person to it, though, was Apex. He had 550 to 850, which means he was about 5 cents away from the average price, hitting the average price right on the nose. I was about 8 cents away from it, and man, we were super close. I had 550 for AMC and 153 for Ape, so a little bit high on AMC, a little bit low on, high on Ape as well. I was high on Ape. I was high on Ape. Hi, Ape. Let's give the points to everybody who got points for the day. Let's see here. Nobody's gotten, since we made a rule saying that anybody who puts in a price prediction, if you get it right on the nose with the average price, would get an extra bonus point. Nobody's gotten that yet so far, which could be a game changer for a week. All right, let's take a look at that short exempt volume. Remember, that's not that information. That is not meant to be financial advice on our price predictions for the day, guys. It's just simply for apes who are trying to put in a price prediction to get as close as we possibly can. Short exempt volume for AMC yesterday was 459.8. And for Ape, uh, 251.4. What a difference when SSR is not tripped, huh? Total price up on AMC yesterday was 3.63% up. And on Ape, it was up 0.66. And let's see here on utilization. I got utilization at 100% on AMC. Let me just verify the date. It says April 11th. No change to that, but that will add one additional day to our 60 days. Now 61 days of utilization being 100%. Checking Ape, it was 74.3. A little bit higher than it was yesterday. Max Payne, $5 yesterday. I don't expect there to be any change. I think it'll still be $5. Indeed, it is still $5. Off exchange, final numbers for the day. I would usually expect to see about 64% combined between off exchanges and EDGX. On AMC, we had 52.62% going through off exchanges. EDGX was 12.32 for combined total 64.94. So it was just almost a percent higher than what I would expect to be an average day. CHX volume was extremely high again, 2.21% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.13. It was 807,000 shares going through that exchange. Taking a look at Ape. Final numbers for the day for Ape yesterday, we had 49.49% going through off exchanges. EDGX was at 5.06. Those numbers were definitely low. It was 54.55% going through those exchanges. That's lower by about almost 10%. It's like 9.5% lower than it should have been. CHX volume was extremely high yesterday, guys. 1.45% of the total daily volume went through CHX with a 30-day average of 0.11. It was 204,000 shares that went through that exchange yesterday. Those numbers spiking like that tells me that there's some closing of positions that are occurring. Why we would see that happening is usually you see closed positions happening just before price run. Typically. Not always, but typically. CHX volume on GME for the day yesterday ended up at 0.18% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 0.25. So it was low. Institutional ownership. 131.171 is not changed. Oh, wait, hold on a second here. 134. 134.171, my bad. No change. And options. Highest amount of open interest as of yesterday was at a $5 strike. That is no longer the case. It is now $6 as the most open interest. We had at $5, 35.8 thousand contracts. Today we have 36.3 thousand contracts at $6. Looks like some of the options at a $5 strike closed out because there's only 33.9 thousand contracts now. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $4 strike open interest. I should say not volume, but open interest. And yesterday there was 32.1 thousand contracts at 4. Now there's 29.8, so it dropped. The spread is now $4 to $6 by the end of the week. So we may be looking at a closing price somewhere closer to $5 before the end is out. At least that's the way the market's kind of projecting towards. That is Max Payne. Let me give you guys a little bit of happy music here as I take you over to the other screen, and then we'll take a look at some of the rest of the data here. $7.15 has been a very, very common sticking point for us from the past. We've had many problems with this as being both a level of support and resistance, as you can see at 715. And if I scroll back even further, you can see it's always been this point of contention in regards to where price is moving to for AMC. So as it stands right now, we're in that point of trying to break back through it again. It's just been this like massive block for us in the past. So if we can punch through $7.15, we may see some newer highs than what we've seen more recently. We could even retest some of these numbers that we were seeing back in I don't know, I guess late February, where the combined price of AMC and Ape was around $10.50. So we are struggling with breaking through this though, and we've had the first initial attempt to break through as of yesterday, with some consolidation towards the end of the day. It did drop in the towards the end of the day with the market, and in the pre-market this morning starting to rise back up again. But we are definitely trading outside of the wedge pattern, and we broke past this descending level or ascending level of what was resistance and broke it through it pretty nicely. And now supporting in between that ascending level of what would be now support and this $7.15 level of resistance. So we may see some consolidation in here before breaking out. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now. Let's just move this box up to here. Same location, just a little bit later. On Ortex, short share interest of the free float at 25.13% this morning. Utilization at 100%. We are on day number 61 of that 100% utilization. Let me erase my board here real quick so I can write down the numbers for the day today. I forgot to give Mr. Buck his point from yesterday. I just noticed as I was getting ready to erase it. Give me 1 second while I give Mr. Buck his point. Oh, I already did give him his point. Never mind, I lied. All right, starting with on loan amount. Let's see here. Day over day on loan amount increasing from 199.8 to 200.96. So we're looking at 1.16 million shares, new shares on loan. And let's see here. On loan, estimated short share interest of the free float will be rising due to that, and it rose from 25.06 to 25.13, so 0.07. So of that 1.16 million shares of new loans, Ortex is estimated that about 363,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. On loan average age per day, slightly dropping from 104.86 to 104.7. So 1.16 million new loans was enough to drop that value a little. Security lending volume rising day over day from 6.67 million to 8.35 million. On Ape, short share interest of the free float's at 5.74. It's starting to rise. Utilization, let's check that out, which did rise a little bit. It went from 74.15 to 74.3. On loan amount increasing day over day on Ape from 29.31 to 30.34. So 1.03 million new shares on loan on Ape. Estimated short share interest of the free float should be rising due to that, and it did. It rose from 5.68 to 5.74. On loan average age per day probably coming down. Yep, did. Came down from 58.07 to 56.86. Security lending volume day over day increasing, getting a little bit of a spike there from 255,000 shares to 2.32 million shares. Orders by Fidelity customers, only for the last 4 minutes of the day from yesterday. It's not the entire day's worth of data. AMC made the list here. We had a 49.62% buy to 50.38% sell ratio. I would love to see AMC still on this list for the day today with most heavily traded stock, but this time with more buying pressure than selling pressure, hopefully. We've had about 2 days in a row now where we've had lower amounts of buying than selling pressure. So that's expected when price is moving up, but obviously I want to see it 60-40 or better, just to know that we're buying the rip as well. SSR's trip today at $4.89 for AMC. I did not figure out apes yet. Hold on. Let me pull out a calculator real quick and we'll figure it out. $1.52 was the closing price yesterday, which means the SSR is going to trip at $1.368. Shares available to borrow is at 250,000 shares. There are ETF shares available to borrow once again as well. We can see here that as of yesterday, as of last night, they were returning shares. They did borrow some shares early on this morning, a couple times it looks like, with fees at 970 or 979.6%. Those are some really high numbers. Nothing borrowed out of the ETFs as of yet. Let me just see if I can add up these real quick here. 25, 30,000 shares haven't been borrowed so far for the day today. So not enough for me to really put down a number yet, but that's only because I only do increments of 50,000 or more. So with 30,000 shares, I'm not going to put anything in here. Again, fees at 979.6%. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I mentioned that we were going to take a look at cost to borrow. Let me go back over to Ortex real fast here. Get rid of all this information on here. There's your cost to borrow, and this is for the annual amount of loans that are currently outstanding. So if we zoom out a little bit on this, you can see cost to borrow is way higher than what we've seen from the past. I can scroll back to as far as 2020, and we're still way higher. One of the biggest numbers ever seen was 264 back here on June 1st of 2020. Our largest number ever to date was right here. It was actually higher than this value that's showing right here, but I'd have to zoom in on it in order for you to see it. It was right here, 265.58. So definitely cost to borrow is very, very high right now. One more thing on this page, we have 105.5 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 47.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 120,000 contracts that are out of the money on the puts versus 18.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. VIX futures are showing up 0.07, just marginally. But the futures on the markets are a little bit mixed as of right now. Some down 0.04, some up as high as 0.22. A 22. Taking a look at some of the banks in the pre-market, I'm only looking for big movers, 3% or more in either direction. And none of them qualify to meet that criteria. Ethereum Classic is down 2.15%. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.12. WTI is up, sorry, it's not being traded yet. Pre-market on SPY is up 0.11. Tesla is down in the pre-market 0.36. Amazon is up 0.03. Cinemark is breaking even. Doge is down 2.78. Bitcoin is down 0.75 at 30K a coin. GME is up 0.04. Let's go to Bitcoin real quick here. I just want to take a look at this. Yeah, it still didn't. It still has not broken out of the ascending parallel channel that I've got in here. Not quite ready yet. GME is up 0.04, HYMC up 1.24, NCMI is up 16.59%, HOOD is down 0.3, Ape is up 0.66, and AMC is up 3.13. Inflow versus outflow for the day yesterday on AMC, there was approximately $4.2 million more outflow than inflow. 77.13 thousand shares traded so far on AMC, and we haven't even had our pokey stick of volume yet, which is a good fair amount of volume. Getting a doubling of this number would still put me in the 20-40 million range on volume, but there's a good chance that we might see a little additional volume coming in from our pokey stick of volume this morning, and we might see a number closer to 200. It's a possibility. We might see that. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI. Oops, let me get rid of TTM squeeze here. With more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 67.36, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.85, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.6, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, I don't know, that's a tough one. Yeah, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.22, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately, let's see. $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. I don't know why that was so hard for me to do math on. That was actually really simple, and I was making it way harder than I needed to. $2.2 million more outflow than inflow. My head didn't work this morning. I decided to math that in a completely longest route possible. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. Just add 2,000, Casey, and then look how much higher it is. 200 more, 2,000 or 2.2 million more outflow than inflow yesterday. 14,000 shares having been traded so far in the volume this morning. That's pretty low volume. I would expect probably that the pokey stick won't get us up high enough to guesstimate more than 5 to 25 million shares for the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.06, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.81, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.52, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.39, which is average. Taking a look at the Ichimoku cloud. On a 1-hour time interval for Ape, let me get rid of the rest of this information in here. We are currently like right at the cloud for the day to day. So lagging line is right at price line. Conversion is above base. If price were to move above $1.55 on Ape for the day to day, we could see price starting to move a little bit. However, we've been seeing price just kind of stagnate sideways, up, just a hair up higher than sideways. So, but 155 is the key magic number for some more buying pressure to kick in on a 1-hour chart. And on a 4-hour chart, we did trade sideways through that wall, and within the next three trading days, I see some upwards momentum coming our direction. We do have the conversion is below base and lagging lines right on price line as it stands. Going into the next 2 days of trading, the lagging line is going to be trading. If we trade sideways, we'll be underneath the price line and then starting to break out above it. Let's see what's today. Today is Wednesday, so by Monday next week, we could be seeing the next upwards momentum push going to prices around 169-ish. Let's see here. So the big push for today would have price moving up to about one. It's going to have to go higher. Probably around 190. I'm not really expecting to see that at all. There's nothing on this chart that tells me that we're going to be moving that direction that way that fast. If anything, today we'll probably finish out again another like 1.5 cents higher than what we're up at right now. So 152 from yesterday, add a cent and a half, so maybe 1.535, maybe by the end of the day today. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and write that down. I'm just going to put 1.53. 1.53 for a close. That's 3 days in a row I've done 1.53. Maybe I can actually hit it this time. We'll see. 1.53. On AMC, on a 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, prices above all of that, and we've got a green cloud below us, which means that at some point we should be breaking down through the green cloud. Although the thicker portion of the cloud is here, the thicker it becomes, the more likely it is the price is going to continue to maintain an upwards momentum. So if we see continued momentum upwards and can stay above the conversion price for the day-to-day, we'll be golden. One of the key main things that we're going to have to see is price finishing over 563 before the end of the day. If price can maintain 563 or higher before the end of the day, we could see continued buying pressure. That will keep the lagging line above price line. Seeing this many touches on the conversion line is a little scary for me, but we haven't gone down and really touched the baseline other than this erroneous pre-market data that we had 2 days ago. But as of right now, it looks pretty clean. We're just touching on the conversion, which is okay, but it's kind of a little scary, but it's all right. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line is above price line, conversions above base. We have a TD9 that we printed out here, and which means the price is probably going to start heading back down a little bit. Seeing it test off of the conversion is not a problem, which is going to be at about 518, which is, I know, really, really low. You're going like, holy crap, that's so much further down than the 560 that we're at right now. It happens, you know, the market does usually make little pullbacks, even if it's just for a fraction of a period of time. And then it could come rebounding off that, especially imagine with CPI data coming out in about 40 minutes from now. I would imagine that maybe we'll see the whole market kind of take a little bit of a dive here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll actually continue upwards. As it stands right now, though, AMC is up in the pre-market, 3.13% at 560. So, what do we have to maintain? I mean, this is a really good buy signal. I don't see anything really upsetting here, and it does seem that there's going to be continuation of this price movement for at least the next, I would say, 2 to 3 days. It might have some pullbacks along the way, like it had back here. You know, price movement upwards, a little bit of pullback, a little more upwards, pullback, a little bit more upwards, pullback. You know, it's going to keep doing that. I would say that before the end of in 4 days time from now, we have to see price above 563. That's it. I mean, as of right now. I mean, if price gets higher than 563 at some point along the way, we'll have more time. But within the next 4 days, we got to see price above 563 for this continue to maintain upwards momentum. So, other than that, though, staying above, the only other key thing that I would say here is that staying above baseline would be key, which is at $4.63, which is way down there. So I'm just going to write down 463 because that is a little bit of a danger zone. If we hit 463, we could see price dropping even further. So 460, staying above 463 is going to be ideal here. And with that, that's all I've got for you guys. Give me 1 second here while I put up the Bollinger Bands. And let's see here. I think I'm going to, before I go back over and can see what it is you guys are writing, I'm going to go ahead and put in the SSR trigger points for the day today, because I don't have those in the right spot right now. So for AMC, that's going to be at 489, which is not the actual value. It's going to actually be, let's see here, 4.887. Then I'm gonna check and verify that my synthetic price failure chart's set up correctly. It's been a hot minute since I've done that. So let me just give me 1 second while I kind of figure out what that's going to be. So our last low was $5.64, 364. 364 was our last low. We're still maintaining new highs. $5.63 is a 54.7% increase in price since that bottom. Can erase this now. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at what would be a synthetic price failure from 563, and that's what I got to put in here for these values. So we've got 453. It would be a 19.5% failure from 563. 450. Would be a 20% failure, and 21.5% failure would be 442. Which is way far away from where SSR is being tripped at, so it's not even really that big of a deal. So we're looking for either a synthetic price failure or more continued highs from where we're at currently. So as of right now, I don't see any real signs of like a move towards that synthetic price failure. So seeing that 54.7% increase in price from 364 is always nice. Let's do all this for Ape as well, because I got to figure out Ape's numbers. So let me move down here a little bit. SSR would trip today at 1.368. And then I'm going to scroll out just a little bit here and figure out where we're at on a synthetic price failure. It looks to me like we actually did trip a synthetic price failure when we went down to, let me make sure this is right, 135 should have been where we tripped the synthetic price failure last, which is when we had the price move back down after the announcement that the settlement did not go through. So when we did trip 135, that reset the numbers. So we're looking for a new high here, and what we got to break is 15% above 135, which happens to be the 155 value that we're staying just beneath right now. We're just hovering. So this blue line that the blue, white, and red lines that you're seeing on the page here was the synthetic price failure that we tripped on the way down after the announcement that the settlement was not approved, or was denied by the judge. And then the upwards momentum from that would have been 155, and that's what we're still struggling to break through here. When we do break past 155, that would be a sign that we've reset for a new synthetic price failure. But we're having difficulties, and you can see it's been tested multiple times. Once, twice. We've had at least 3 tests of 155 and been unable to break that as of yet. This is the first time, though, since we've been testing 155, that the Bollinger Bands have absolutely narrowed down into such tight band area. So we may be seeing that breakout coming out really soon. Usually when you see the volatility get this narrow on these bands here, that's usually when you have your explosive moves. So we may be really close to some kind of movement here on breaking through that 155 threshold. So I had 153 for the price prediction for the day-to-day on Ape. It's starting to make me wonder if I should change that. No, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna let it ride. And then for AMC, I never gave a price prediction for that one yet, and I'm still not quite sure where I'm going with this one. I would say CPI data kicking in here in 30 minutes. I'm going to do a closing price for the day-to-day at about 551. Let me think about this. 551. Let's make it 549. Here's our pokey stick of volume kicking in. I have a closing price for the day-to-day at combined between AMC and Ape at 702. And yeah, so 552 to 852 is going to be my price prediction for the day-to-day, which is 1 penny lower than what I had yesterday. So pokey stick of volume coming in at 138,000 shares. We just got just over 200K. As I was suggesting that we might see happen. That kind of makes me want to push up the 20 to 40 volume prediction for the day on AMC. Let me think about this for just a second. I got to do math in my head here. 250,000 shares would be about 50 million shares traded for the day. So we're probably looking at about 40 million maybe shares traded. So I might go 30-50. What was yesterday's volume? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go 30-50 on my volume prediction for the day today. Let me just look at one thing real quick here. Volume for AMC yesterday total was 36.4 million. Volume for Ape yesterday, that was within that 20 to 40 million that I predicted. Volume yesterday was 14 million for Ape, which is right between that 525 that I suggested for Ape. So yeah, I think I'm going 30-50 on volume for the day today on AMC. I don't think there's any reason why I can't predict that high. And on Ape for volume for the day today. We had Pokestick roll in at about 29,000 shares, making the total 54,000 shares traded so far this morning, and that is definitely a 5 to 25 million share trade a day. So yeah, I would expect to see very similar volume as yesterday on Ape, and maybe AMC getting a little bit more volume than it had yesterday. All right, let's see. It's 7:03. We got about 30 minutes left here before CPI data. I can see what it is you guys are writing. Oh yeah, Jay's out. Jay's done. That made me sad. Yucca, I don't think that's what it stands for. No, that is definitely not what that's definitely not what it stands for. Let me refresh the page here. I'm checking to see. Every once in a while, you guys always tend to come through with the CPI data before I get it, which is boggling to me because I'm actually on the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics site, which I would think would be the first place that you would tend to see that being released. I'm always kind of curious where you guys are getting your information from when you get it early. Usually, I see people rolling in with the CPI data about 10 minutes before it actually shows up on the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. So I always wonder how that happens. Like, where are you guys getting your data that you get it from early? Uh, Cat Pounce Ingram? No. Nana says, Casey, because Max Payne is $5, does that mean they will try to bring us down to 5 by Friday, or do they change Max Payne? They do change Max Payne. I mean, if price continues to move upwards and we see additional amounts of call volume increasing at higher strike prices, then you would see Max Payne adjusting upwards. So, but as of right now, I mean, we did see that this morning. We saw that this morning, Nana, where the highest amount of volume for call options was at a $5 strike yesterday. Today it's at $6. There's a very good chance that if we have a green day today, that you could see Max Payne moving up to probably around 550 by tomorrow morning. It just depends on how today turns out. So if today ends up being a down day today, then likely we'll still stick at that $5 Max Payne. But it all really depends on where price moves to. Yeah, I heard about the Antera filing too. I don't really care about it. They're doing what they do best, man. They're making trades back and forth, trying to make money out of this. So they were given shares. They bought shares from AMC, and they're trying to make as much money as they possibly can along the way. So that's what any institution would do. I'm not too worried about it. They're doing exactly what institutions do. Try to make money. That's their job. Militia Ape is talking about the charger stations that Adam Aaron had posted on a tweet this morning. I didn't vote on it yet. I don't know how I feel about it. He said, with more and more electronic powered and hybrid vehicles being sold every day in the U.S. and people often parking their cars at AMC theaters for about 3 hours, do you think we should install 4-pay electric charging stations at our theaters where we control the parking. I'm real. I have mixed feelings about it. I know a lot of people really want to see that happen, and I know it'll bring in potential more clientele potentially that have those types of vehicles. Um, I like that it's forward thinking. I just don't know what the ramifications are. Like, does it cost AMC? I don't even know. Do charging stations cost the companies? Or do they get a payment for that? Let me look it up and see here. All right. So this is January 25th, 2021. That's a pretty old article. I don't know if I want to go back that far. Are EV charging stations profitable? And let's see here. With Congress awarding tax incentives, installing an electric vehicle charging station at home has just gotten more enticing. Businesses are also, by the way, guys, uh, I'm gonna go down a little bit of memory lane here. Do you remember when local states were so I don't know if there was any federal kickbacks, but I know some states were giving kickbacks to anybody who installed solar paneling and had their own were getting their own electricity. So I don't know if you guys remember that or not, but when that was happening, everybody was like, "Oh, it's a great idea because you can start selling your electricity to the state and then start making money, or you sell it back into the electric grid. It'll pay itself off in just a couple years, and then all of a sudden the states did a flip around on that. Just they suckered everybody into it and then said, "Nope, we're not going to give any more tax breaks. We're done." And then later on down the road they said, no, we're not going to pay for your if you are making excess electricity, we're not going to buy it anymore. We're actually going to charge you. I was like, wait a minute, what? I was like, what is going on here? Like, it was a complete reversal, and everybody who got into it got hoodwinked, and so now it's like seen as an expense for some people depending on what state they're in. It ended up being a worse deal for them to put it in. Um, my mom actually hasn't. She's all swearing. She's swearing that it's a great thing for her, up and down, that it's awesome. I don't know. I'm not really sold on it yet. I think in my opinion, it depends on the climate zone that you're living in, right? She's in San Diego. She's got a great climate zone. She doesn't really have to worry about like heating and cooling energy problems or anything like that as much as we do in other states. And I think in other states it's not necessarily the same case. I think it really just depends on where you're at. So, but I don't know. I know that she tries to cut back on energy usage, and it's like, well, you shouldn't have a problem with energy usage if you're making your own. So I'm not really sold on it. I don't know. But let me continue to read this article here. With Congress awarding tax incentives, and the only reason I'm saying this story is because, they're tax incentives now, but will they always be tax incentives? And I say no, they won't. As soon as you get enough businesses doing it, they'll take them right away, and then it won't be necessarily profitable anymore, and all those businesses will be stuck with their charging stations with no benefits, and it ends up being a burden instead of a money making uh, endeavor. It says businesses see with Congress awarding tax incentive, installing an electric vehicle charging station at home has just gotten more enticing. Businesses are also entitled to a tax credit of up to 30% on total cost of hardware installation under the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, for all profit-minded people out there, you might be interested to know whether it's time for you to have a charging infrastructure built on your property. After all, there's a aggressive push to completely abandon gas-powered vehicles in favor of electric vehicles, and with high demand comes big window of opportunity. The simple answer is yes. Though most EV drivers opt to charge at home, they're limited to charging rates of about 3 to 46 miles of range per hour. That's if they have level 2 EV chargers installed. This might be enough for EV owners who only need to top up for shorter daily commutes. But this change once you take into account longer commutes and road trips. If you really want to kick it up a notch, DC fast chargers. Okay, that doesn't really help me. How to generate consistent revenue from EV charging. Notice how gas stations in North America are almost always right next to convenience stores. In fact, most gasoline companies have their own chain of stores in Shell Select and Chevron Extra Mile. That's no coincidence. Gas station owners actually make very little money from selling gas. Most of their profit comes from offering food and drinks in their convenience stores. Following the business model, fast charging stations not only can earn from selling electricity to EV owners, but even more so from simultaneously operating a convenience store or a restaurant. I think it would. I think it would make a difference on where they put it in at. Because if you have if you have an AMC that's right next to a freeway, that might be like really advantageous. Somebody can choose to just simply go watch a movie while they're charging their vehicle or something like that, or and if they're on their trip, they're like, yeah, I'll just go watch a movie while I charge up the vehicle and then get back on the road again. Nice little 3 hour break, 3 hour break, I guess. EV charging stations alone don't generate high profits, but the indirect income that they bring to commercial establishments could be a reason to consider them a good investment. For example, being in close proximity to restaurants or shopping centers could drive EV owners to avail of your services while dining in or doing a grocery run or vice versa. Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. I'm not. I don't think that unless we fix our the way that we generate energy in this country, I'm not really for it. I feel like there's other things that we should be pushing towards. Hydrogen, fuel. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. I'm torn. Let me see what his choices are on his poll. Adam Aaron's poll's choices are: yes, the planet needs it. Yes, why not? No, not enough cars. No, wasted effort. I'm none of those. I'm like, only if it makes you money. That's my answer is yes, only if the sites make money. Otherwise, it's I don't know. I think EV car drivers are going to go to a movie theater regardless of whether or not they have to charge or not. I don't think they're really going to draw in a whole bunch of people from EV cars doing that. Apex says, got the time machine all put away. Ape closed at 156 and AMC closed at 566 with a combined price of 722 at the end of the day. 572 to 872. Sounds good. Got you down. Steve says, how many spots will be allocated? Gonna take away from when the theaters are super busy. Yeah. I don't like any of his options. Of his four options. Yes, the planet needs it. Yes, why not? That's one of the worst answers. Yes, the planet needs it. That I hate this. I hate the argument of like our planet needs it. We're saving the planet by going EV, and it's like, do you know where your electricity comes from? All these EV people have no idea where their electricity is coming from or how it's generated. They literally they don't even realize that it's like coal burning factories. It's like you're getting your electricity from a coal burning facility. Don't tell me that they literally have people in California telling the constituents of the state, you're either going to have AC or drive your EV cars. Take your pick, but you can't have both. And it's like I sit there and I go like that's not green. Let's see here. Yes, why not? No, not enough car. I'm leaning between yes, why not, and no, not enough cars. I don't think it's a wasted effort exactly, but I'm gonna go. I don't like yes, why not. I don't like any of these answers. I'm not voting. I'm not voting. I refuse to vote on something that's got crap poor answers. None of those say anything about does AMC profit from this. I want profit. I want to see the company make money. If it's going to make the company some money, then yeah, that's what I care about. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna put that in there. I'm gonna put a message. I put really need an option for only if AMC profits from it. Otherwise, I'm a non-vote for any of these choices. That's what I put in there. Dynamite says answer 4. More butter. Andrew Morgan says, Casey, I'm always stunned that people don't know that a ton of coal or natural gas has to be burned to power an EV. Stunned. People don't get it, dude. It's like people feel. I feel like people think electricity just grows on trees. If this country, Andrew, were to move towards nuclear power, I would be completely all for it. I would be like, yes, let's jump in head first. I will dive into this pool head first. I won't even put my hands out in front of me. If we're going to start moving towards nuclear power plants, and we're going to have tons of energy that we're going to be able to supply everywhere to everyone, and they can just buy it willy nilly and not really have to worry about coal burning plants or anything like that. Let's go for it. I'm diving in head first. But until then, nah, I'm not buying it. Corey says, did you hear about the EV trucks that the Frito-Lay has? I have not. I have not heard about them. I mean, I've heard about some EV trucks that are out there. Um, I've also seen some of those self-driving trucks too. I think I don't remember what company is putting those together, but it might be Tesla. I don't know. But there's some self-driving trucks as well. I don't need to drive an EV, skinnies. It has nothing to do with driving. This has nothing to do with driving. It's about where does the energy come from. It's literally where does your energy come from. It doesn't matter whether I drive an EV or not. I don't. like just because I like driving a vehicle doesn't mean that it's good for the environment, right? Those are completely separate topics. An EV car might be awesome to drive, right? But that doesn't mean that it's green. Green doesn't suddenly become awesome, awesome driving. They're not synonymous. And the other part to that too is Skinnies is that I'm a huge proponent for us getting to green energy. Huge proponent, but I want to do it smart. Like I don't want to just jump onto the whole green bandwagon if it's going to be environmentally damaging, right? Nobody's talking about what happens to these batteries of any of these cars when they become useless. Nobody's talking about what's going to happen. Where are all those batteries going to be stored at? Where's that waste going to go afterwards when it's done? Some people on these cars, the entire car is these cars are actually cheaper to buy a brand new car than it is to replace the battery pack on it. You've just wasted an entire car once that battery pack's gone. There was a video that I saw of some dude blowing up his car because he's like, I'm not even gonna, I'm just gonna buy a new Tesla. It's like, there's no point. I'm blowing up my old one because it's too costly to put in a new battery pack. That is tons of wasted material. That is not green. If it's not cost effective to throw in battery packs that are cheaper than what it costs to replace the car, we're being energy inefficient. And I refuse to allow the amazingness of driving an EV car to sell me on it because of the fact that somebody's trying to claim that it's green, but it's not. Oh, you didn't have to actually, Skinnies. You didn't have to tell me that you owned a Tesla. Tesla owners are very obvious. It doesn't. You didn't have to tell me. It would have been. It was already obvious. It's like CrossFit. It's like anybody who does CrossFit. It's like instantly and immediately in the conversation whether or not they're pro CrossFit or not. Same thing. It doesn't matter. I know you're completely in belief of what it is that you drive as being this amazingly green vehicle, but it's not. It's really not. But you've been sold on the idea that it is, and you believe it, so you feel better, which is good. I guess if you feel good about it, that's fine. CPI in 6 minutes, Tom says. At least you feel green, and that's good, I guess. I'm glad you feel good about what it is that you're doing to the environment. Hey, Plague, my wife's a Jeep owner. She didn't have white sunglasses. Hun, you don't have white sunglasses, do you? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think so. No, she didn't have white sunglasses. No, it's not the battery costing more, myself. That's not the problem. It's the installation. It's the installation because you got to get it certified by somebody to put it into the vehicle, right? And if you're going to get somebody to put it into the vehicle, a certified technician who's going to warranty it and put it into the vehicle, it costs more. We got 4 minutes more here until CPI, but I'm pretty sure somebody's going to roll in with a number before I get it because it happens like every time. You guys always manage to get it before I do. I'm refreshing it, but I don't see it yet. Ice Cream says CPI will be high. I was thinking negative -0.2. I'm I'm really kind of hoping that it's going to be a little bit negative. I mean, I as much as for in the case of us seeing the Fed continue to raise rates and try and get this inflation under control, I'm kind of hoping the CPI drops a little bit. You know what, Grant? It's so funny you should mention that. There was a period of time in, I want to say it was like the 2000 era, like early 2000s, right? There was a period of time where I actually was buying a new printer every time I needed a new ink cartridge because they were cheaper to buy the entire printer than it because the printer itself was like maybe 39 bucks, 40 bucks, and the ink cartridges were actually costing more. And so I was like, why the hell am I why the hell am I the new printer comes with it. I wasn't printing stuff very often, It's like I might as well just buy a brand new printer every time. So in the early 2000s, I would buy a brand new printer every like two years or so, and because that's all I needed it for. I wasn't really printing out a whole lot of stuff, and that's what it reminds me of a little bit like with some of these vehicles. It's like, oh, I don't really, I'll just buy a brand new vehicle. I don't really care. If it starts to, if the battery starts becoming, um, I forget what the term is that they use for the batteries when they start losing the amount of capacity that they can hold the charge for. But if it basically starts the capacity of the battery, it starts losing its quantity of charge they can hold, I'll just switch to a new Tesla. I don't really care. It's like, I'm doing my green thing. I'm driving my Tesla. I'll just move to a new Tesla. I don't. There's a term for it. I can't remember what it's called. I don't think it's Half-Life. Jay says it's break time. Well, it's also CPI time. Hold on, I gotta let me refresh it and see if it reported. I'm still not seeing it being reported just yet. I got to see this data get reported and then I'll take it. 314. No, it's still not reported. It might be battery decay. I feel like there was a different term for it. Hold on a second. Let me look it up and see. It might be capacity fading. Capacity loss or capacity fading, maybe? I feel like I was looking for like one specific word though, and I'm not finding it here. I was degrade, battery degrade. I think that's it. Degradation. That's probably the word I was looking for. Battery degradation. Yep, skinnies. I said it before you put it out there, but yeah, battery degradation is what I was looking for. It's one of those big words that it doesn't like just roll off my tongue very easily. CPI for all items rises zero point 0.1 in March as shelter increases. In March, the consumer price index for all urban consumers increased 0.1% seasonally adjusted and rose 5% over the last 12 months. Not seasonally adjusted, the index for all items less food and energy increased 0.4%, 0.4% in March and up 5.6% over the year. Excuse me, man. I got hiccups all of a sudden. So CPI is up 0.1. Looks like we got our votes. I'll end the poll here. Looks like our up voters won the poll and also won the correct answer. Congratulations. For those of you who don't really care, 22% of you, I can understand. No change was close. No changes were close. Not quite, but very, very close. Let's see here. Gonna save this poll here. Pirateborn says the market is reacting favorably to the CPI. Let's check it out real quick here and just look at the SPY real fast. Yep, definitely getting a nice big old run on the market there. Getting some good volume on the run up, although the volume kind of started to fall off a little bit as price is moving up though, but it is moving up. 4150 is what I was looking for a top on SPX. I'm kind of curious if we're going to hit that or not. Oh, that's not, it doesn't wait. I gotta wait till market open. I always forget that. Yeah, so we're only gonna see SPY right now. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, so market's acting favorably. I might change my my price prediction for the day today on AMC. As that could potentially mean some green movement on AMC as well. Yeah, Cody, we're not into throwing up other tickers. Nah, I get it. I totally get what you're saying, Sneeze. I understand they're completely fun to drive. I don't doubt it. I completely believe 100% that they're fun to drive. I don't doubt that at all. I wouldn't mind if it was a little bit more economically compatible, I guess, with what it is that I like doing in life. Ryan, unfortunately, I can't give you any advice on that in regards to what you should buy. The one thing that I've always maintained is that AMC and Ape always both need buying pressure. They're one and the same. It is the same stock. It's same underlying value. I'll have to let you decide how you want to spend your money. We do have a reverse split and a conversion that's coming up here. Take that into account. But I can't certainly give you advice on that kind of thing. That's up to you, man. Entirely up to you how you want to spend your money. NCMI is okay right now because AMC bought back into NCMI Dino, so I'm all right with that one. It's related to AMC, so I'm all right with that. I might have to give a different price prediction when I get back from break. I might have to change where I'm looking at or how I'm looking at this. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. Yep, CPI is up 0.1%. I'm gonna go ahead and add it to the to the title for the day. Alrighty, guys. I am going to go ahead and throw up the message on the page here and take my break. All right, I will be back a little bit later, and I probably will be coming up with a different price prediction because I was hoping for a negative 0.2 and a little bit of a market run. We got 0.1, and the market's still acting pretty favorably to it. So I don't know. I might. I'm glad that the market's still seeing it as up. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Let me just check something real quick here on the futures on the VIX, just to make sure that should be going down. VIX, yeah, VIX is showing down 3.22% for the futures. So the market's looking pretty favorably on this. I'll probably end up changing my my numbers. All right, guys, I'll see you back here in I don't know, what is that, 20, 30, 35 minutes? See you in a bit. All right, sorry about being a little bit late there, guys. I'm adjusting my price prediction for the day today. I'm adjusting based off of kind of how the market's reacting based off of the CPI data for the day today, and I'm shooting for a target of 726 combined between AMC and Ape, as I feel like that's kind of be where we're going to kind of be at. And so to get there, I'm going to do a close on 155 for Ape and 571 for AMC, giving me 726 as a combined close. And let me just do some quick math here real quick. Okay, yeah, so 576 to 876 is what I'm changing my prediction to. That's up from 552 to 852. So just a little bit of a shift here for myself. Apex has 572 to 872, and Einstein has, hold on a second here, he put in a price prediction of 602 to 902. So he's actually got a little, he's seeing a little bit higher than the rest of us. And we'll wait to hear from Eric. And I guess we can get this day started. What do you guys think? Maybe we'll get to see a little bit of extra green going into this morning. Maybe we'll all get surprised and it won't end up being green at all. Not sure. We'll see what ends up happening. Sorry about being a little bit late there. One of the kids toasted up some toast before going to school. And as soon as I smelled it, I hadn't eaten anything yet this morning. I was like, I need a piece of toast. So, and it was only like 3 minutes left to go before I was supposed to be back. And so I was like, I got to toast up some toast real quick. So I got some toast. Now I got to wash it down with a little bit of Barks root beer. Yep, advertisements. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Scoop. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. Defeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
See, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
is reducing the stress on the shuttles and breaks through sound barrier. This terminal at hedgies will come down on altitude downrange at the level 7 miles an hour. Everything looking good on the bird. 57 seconds into the flight. Engines beginning to rev up. Standing by for the throttle on call from Capcom Speed Pro.
Every Houston, go and throttle up. Roger, go and throttle up. Throttle up,
Crawling down by call speed energy.
and get to the
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Living on through politics, bodyguarded heart and bets, a blue-eyed honesty, indigo injury, the family tree is fell, bereavement wants a will, giving up on certainty, wilderness society, wearing the fame like a loaded gun, tied up with a rosary. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Imagine being a Kennedy, rule without remedy. To watch your family die, the world loves a sacrifice. Prophets longing for the free, honoring the tragedy, the hunger for the crime, the privilege to take the life. Wearing the fame like a loaded gun, tied up with a rosary. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Glad I'm not a Kennedy.
And is not peace basically a matter of human rights? The right to live out our lives without fear of devastation, the right to breathe air as nature provided it, the right of future generations to a healthy existence. Let us, if we can, step back from the shadows of war, seek out the way of peace.
I love the look in your eye. I can see sometimes, and we laugh when we try too hard. We stop and start on. Imagine being a Kennedy. I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Wearing the fame like a loaded gun, tied up with a rosary. I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Imagine being a Kennedy. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy.
The cost of freedom is always high, and one path we shall never choose. That is the path of surrender or submission. When a man's way please the Lord, the scriptures tell us, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. We will not prematurely or unnecessarily risk the course of worldwide nuclear war, in which even the fruits of victory would be ashes in our mouth. 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 Ashes in our mouth.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The CPI data is out. We are up 0.1%. We had a vote earlier this morning. I'll remind you guys which way you guys voted. 42% of you voted up, 23% voted down, 22% voted I don't really care, and 11% of you voted 11% of you voted no change, just keep it the same. And so we got the up. The up votes won, and they did win. That is the correct answer. We were up 0.1. I'll go ahead and read it to you guys. In March, the consumer price index for all urban consumer increased 0.1%, seasonally adjusted, and rose 5% over the last 12 months, not seasonally adjusted. The index for all items less food and energy increased 0.4% in March, up 5.6% over the year. And then it does say in here, CPI for all items rose 0.1% in March as shelter increases. So living places is what's causing the increase in CPI right now, or at least that's what they're blaming on. Cost to live in the home that you live in up. The market seemed to do pretty well with this with the news, considering that CPI was up. The market is up 0.56% for the day-to-day on the SPY at 412.03. I just want to check SPX real quick here just to see what it kind of looks like. Oops, that was not it. That is not SPX. I'm kind of I was expecting a 4150 top, which we didn't hit, but we're a little bit close. I think we got a little bit closer. Let's see here. The high for the day today is 41.34. Yeah, we got just a fraction a bit closer than we were from before. But I am expecting a 41.50 top on this before potentially seeing this coming back down to test the bottom side of this pretty long wedge that we're in here. So that's what I'm looking for. As it stands right now, let's take a look at the SPY and see what we're getting for volume right now. Let's see here. SPY. Volume for SPY so far, 7.08 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's take a look and see what that looks like. Volume's been trending down with price moving upwards. The overall price trend upwards, which is not a good thing. At 7.16 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace. I know it's only been 10 minutes, but let's see what kind of pace that is. That's the pace for 280 million shares. That's not going to be the case. We're going to have to give it some more time before we get like a good accurate pace for the day. But we are green on the SPY, so there's that. Most everything is up right now except for HYMC on my main list. HYMC is currently down 4.06%. The cryptocurrencies are taking a little bit of a hit right now. Not too terrible, but a little bit down. Welcome to another day of AMC and Ape. I had a closing price for the day today on AMC at $5.71 and Ape at $1.55 for a total of $7.26 for a close for the day today. We're going to have a little bit of work to get there. We're only at 555 right now on AMC and 1.535 on Ape. Let me put this back down to a minute. Sorry, I didn't realize it was on daily. There we go. That looks a little bit better. I'm gonna have to. My wife told me a joke earlier. She goes, "It might be too risky for your disc or for your live stream," and I said, "No, that's what I'm all about." So I'll have to tell you guys this joke a little bit later. I'm gonna wait for the right time. We got to get the right time in for me to tell it. Kenny G says, "You think we hit 6 by Friday?" Asking for a gambling friend. Yeah, I don't. Maybe 550, but I think 6 might be pushing it a little bit. I think there's a strong chance that the options might give us an opportunity to see Max Payne at 550 before the week's out. Might being the operative word. There were positions at $4 that were closed out in volume for puts, driving down the open interest that was sitting there, which is bullish. But not nearly enough to raise it. So we would have to see. I think today could be the deciding factor on whether or not 550 is a possibility. So I think it really does all hinge on today. Cody says winter earnings May 5th question mark. I can't remember off the top of my head if they announced or not. Let me check the AMC website. Let me check. Oy vey. Slow connection today. Let's see here. Investor relations. Nope. I don't know that they've released the time yet for that. If somebody else knows, I don't. I haven't been keeping track, so I don't see anything released yet. And this is, I swear, this is what we went over last time. Like I went here and to look and I didn't see. Let me look under press releases. Maybe that's where it's at. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see anything released as of yet, but maybe somebody else in here might have known. Billy's saying 5.5. Shimmer says NCMI up today again, up 62%, 0.14 cents to 0.35. Your thoughts? Well, with the movie theaters doing a lot better, and AMC buying into NCMI, and the fact that some of the direct earnings might come from AMC buying advertising, or even the production theaters or the production studios rather also putting in for advertising as well. My guess is that they know something is coming up here. So I think they're probably guessing on some good numbers to come out in the near future, and that's probably why you're seeing it run a little bit. Nah, I'm not going to spend my time looking. Before pre-market on the 5th. That seems awfully early. That's going to be really early. Let's see here. Howie Frog says laugh out loud counterparty. Okay, this is having to do with the chickens' socks on the feet of the chickens. AMC at $5.55, just kind of holding right there, and Ape is at 153, up 0.99%. Or AMC is up 1.92 at 553. Just kind of hovering, not really doing a whole lot of anything specific right now. Just kind of a little bit of a downtrend. We did touch the bottom side of the Bollinger Band, which oftentimes means that price is going to return back to the simple moving average, which right now is 558. So um, not a lot of activity right now as it stands. I think they're just trying to control volume. And volume for the day to day, I have an increased prediction on volume for the day. We do have about 13 minutes left to go. No, 12 minutes left to 13 minutes left to go here before we take a look at the numbers. But from what I'm seeing right now, the volume is a little bit lower than I would have anticipated. But in the pre-market, the volume was kind of predicting or showing maybe like a 30 to 50 million share traded day to day. In the yesterday's prediction, I had 20 to 40 million, and we hit 36. Today's volume was a little bit higher. I gave those thoughts. Why do people keep coming in and asking me my thoughts? I think the movie theaters and the studios are making money with some of the movies that are being released, and the reason that it's probably going up, it is an advertising company, so they probably are expecting to make more money on advertising. Those are my thoughts. My other thought is that AMC bought into it, so that's good for AMC. Highway Frog says, "Can we do the straight story for movie trivia? A true story of a man who drove his lawnmower from Iowa to Wisconsin." Unfortunately, Highway Frog, we've got a list of movies that we're going through right now. So until we're done with that list, probably not. We came up with a list a couple weeks back, but we can always consider it in the future. The Groove. Just kind of curious. What's the? It's like really weird. Who was the other person that put in here and asked me my thoughts? I feel like both of them were names I've never seen before. Let's see here. Who was the other person that put it in here? I'm looking. I don't see it. Is it? I'm wondering if these are just attempts to try and get me to talk about it. Oh no, Shimmer. I know Shimmer. Shimmer's been here quite often, so that's not. But I guess we got the Goov over here also coming in and asking the same questions. So it's kind of weird. Whenever I see stuff like that, it always kind of makes me cringe a little bit. It always makes me feel like, like why is it that there are people coming in asking the exact same question, like for a specific comment on something like that. It's just weird. I don't know. I've been in this play for so long, and I've seen so many things happen that whenever I see things like that happens more than once, it's almost like the black cat in the Matrix. Neo goes like, "Huh, that's weird," and then they're like, "What happened?" He's like, "I just saw a black cat walk by, and then I saw another black cat walk by," and it's like, okay, we gotta get out of here." Oh my God, it's something weird's going on. So it's just kind of, I always find it odd. That's cool, man. I'm just saying, whenever I see stuff like that, it's just kind of weird to me. That's all. It was like if you look up in the chat history, the goof, I literally just got done talking about it. Like you asked the question, uh, maybe like I don't have timestamps on these. What the heck? How come I don't have timestamps on here? Toggle timestamps. Shimmer asked it at 8:43, and then you came in and asked it 3 minutes later at 8:46. So you literally just missed it. Deb, did I see your message? Hold on a second. Let me go check and see. The answer is no. I didn't see your message, but I can go check and see. Okay, I got nothing from you on Twitter, and I got nothing from you on Discord. So if there was a message that you sent to me, I didn't get it on either. Don't worry about it, the goof. It's just weird when I see stuff like that. Oh, in chat. No, I did not see it. Casey, oh, Microsoft is paying 20 grand for mistakes GPT gives. You should submit the one you found. I actually did submit it, believe it or not, but I haven't received any award. So I don't know if I'll get an award for that or not. But I did submit it because I thought that was pretty interesting that they would, because it's really funny if you ask ChatGPT if it can solve math problems, simple math equations, it says that it can. I ended up getting in this long debate with my son because I told him about how crappy ChatGPT was at math, and he's like, it's not bad at math. It's just it's not supposed to be doing math problems. And I said, well, it says that it's supposed to be able to do math problems, so I don't know why it would say it can do them, but then can't do simple math problems. And he goes, well, it's not supposed to be for math. And I was like, well, it's not what it says. It says that it does math just fine, and apparently it doesn't. Mega Johnny says, what are your thoughts on thoughts? Just don't ask me twice. Richard says, I went to see DD last night. It was awesome. Let me ask you a question, Richard, because I'm a little, I haven't seen it. I actually don't really have any plans to go see it. Like everybody in our family doesn't really have any plans to go see it. It's not one of those movies that I think really kind of excites anybody in my family. So the question that I got to ask you is are you a big DD person, Dungeon and Dragon player? Like, is that your thing, or do you know nothing about Dungeon and Dragon whatsoever? I'm only asking because it would be like, I'm guessing, it would be like somebody who never played a single Mario game in their entire life and went to go see the Mario movie, and they would be like sitting there going like, I don't get any of this. Like it wouldn't make any sense to them at all. So I don't know. I don't know that any of us would get any of the references or. My son, Bradley, got into Dungeons and Dragons, and I guess he was doing is it moderating of the game or the storyteller, or I don't know what it is. He's the one that does, I guess, the making up of the storyline or something. So, anyways, he was going to make a character for me and my other son, Hunter. And so we sat down to fill out this like beyond extensive dungeon master. Okay, I guess that's what it's called. I don't know. I'm not into this stuff. So we sat there for like I want to say like an hour, like filling out like attributes and traits for the characters and everything. And we spent so much time making these characters and then never did a damn thing with them. Like that was the end of it. I never played the game. I have this character somewhere built for some reason or another and never even used it. And I was like, this is a pointless game. this is I don't understand why you would want to spend like an hour trying to put together a character and never even play. It was like this is stupid. I don't have the attention span for a game like that. It's just not for me. Okay, so Richard says I know nothing about DD. Okay, that's good. That makes me feel like maybe I should go see it then. It was like Lord of the Rings with okay, I know nothing about Lord of the Rings either. So here's the problem that I have, Richard. I don't like dragons. Like anything having to do with relationship to dragons at all, I think is like the like really like I don't like Lord of the Rings type stuff. I barely made it through the movie of Lord of the Ring, or not the movie, but the movie. Game of Thrones does nothing for me. I can't watch it. It's just absolutely like I just can't even watch it. It's just unbearable. Uh, anything to anything having to do with like that kind of sorcery and dungeons and dragons stuff, and it's just like I just have zero interest. It's really weird because whenever I say to somebody like you've never seen Star Wars, like it doesn't really ring a bell to me very much when I sit there and I realize that there's some people out there that have like no interest in space type stuff whatsoever. Like any sci-fi thing, they have zero interest. That's me, but for Dungeons and Dragons and folklore, mythical, mage, sorcery stuff, like I just completely no interest. We're playing a game that I shall not name. Preacher, we're playing a game that I shall not name. I don't even want to say it. I don't want to say it because every time I hear the name, I just cringe and I go like, I just don't. I don't even want to say it. You may not like it then. It's very fantasy like. Yeah, I probably wouldn't like it then. It would for me. It would be like trying to get somebody to go watch a sci-fi movie that hates sci-fi. So I don't know why it is. I honestly don't understand why it is that I don't like it, but I just can't stand it. Actually, I don't like Harry Potter. That's the funny thing, Harry. I told you this. I hate Harry Potter. I really can't stand it. The game was kind of fun to play. The only reason that game was bearable at all, the only reason that entire game was bearable was because I got to freaking ride a broomstick. That was That was the only bearable part. Like you don't understand how. Like I almost quit the game, Arthur, before because getting to the broom on Harry Potter took so sneaking long. I almost quit the game. I was like, I can't do this. I'm like, this is taking way too long. Censored content says, and yet he cosplays as a wizard beard man. No, I didn't like the Harry. I didn't like the Harry Potter series one bit. Um, it's funny because I'll try to talk to my kids about it because they absolutely love it, Harry Potter, and I'll try to talk to them about it. I'll be talking about like I'll say like that horror the cross horror something, and then you know what it is? I know what it is. I just realized what it is. I can't remember the words. Everything Dungeon and Dragon related has BS long words that nobody can ever freaking remember. Well, at least I can't. It has these words in it that you just can't like you can't associate to because they have like no reference or meaning whatsoever to average daily life. And so I can't even there's no way I can like horror cross something I don't know goblin and then you've got these spells Africa bring Galingo Jimbro I don't know man and it's just like it's like what the heck are these spells like I go like they like this zoopify I'm like it was really funny what's the blocking spell called remind me, Arthur. What's the blocking spell called again? Because every time I heard him say it in the game, the Harry Potter game, I kept thinking they were saying something different. Horcrux. What was the name? Shoot, what's the blocking spell called? Hold on a second, I'm looking it up. I can't wait. Blocking spell Harry Potter. Oh, Protego. Protego. Okay, but every time they say it in every time they were saying it in the game, it sounded to me like they were saying something like what did it sound like they were saying? Something ego. I don't remember what it was. I have to go back and watch the game again and see for sure what it was that they were saying so I could remember. But every time they were saying Protego, I was sitting there thinking to myself like that does not even sound like what it is that they're saying. They're saying something completely different. It sounds like Lego my ego or something. I don't know. It didn't sound at all like it. I, I think I finally figured out why it is that I don't like it though. If it's got big words that don't have any reference or meaning to average everyday life things, and I don't which is weird though, right? Because space stuff has the same kind of thing, like hyperdrive. Like there's no such thing as a hyperdrive or a lightsaber or. But the thing is that they take things like they take average everyday words and combine them together that are real words for the day. Like light is a real word and saber is a real word, so you can see lightsaber. But then if you call if you call some kind of gigantic sword that some uh, mythical goblins carrying, and you call it a shoot, I don't know. I'd have to go look and see, but I'm sure there's some kind of weird name that they have out there for some of those swords. And I would read that and I'd sit there and I'd go like, I can't relate to that. There's no, yeah, and plasma is a real thing. Warping is a real thing. Warp drive, it all makes to me it makes sense because they're taking like average everyday words and fusing them into whatever it is that's happening, and it makes sense. But you do that with like some kind of mythical creature, Protego. Well, it's like protection and an ego or something like that. It's like an aura of protection, right? It's like it's like okay, I get where they're going with it, but there's no like you have to really kind of have to like separate the words, and it's not really a real word, so you have to kind of try and remember this like fake word to get to what it is that they're talking about. It's like, I don't know, I can't do that. My brain's too simple. All right, it's 9:05. It's time to take a minute to take a look at it. It's not that it's real. I get it, Arthur. It's not that it's real. It's just that the naming convention. I'll tell you what I have a hard time with. Whenever you come up with like a planet name like Coruscant or something like that, and it's like it's very difficult for me to remember like planet names that have like no association with whatsoever. Or maybe even like if you were to ask me like name another species in Star Wars, I don't think I could name a single one. Um, yeah, I don't know any of the folklore or whatever, the mythology or whatever they call it for Star Wars. I literally don't think I can think of a single one. Dagobah. Yeah. Like Wookiee. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, okay. I know Wookiee. Uh, shoot. What are the Ewoks? Ewoks. Yeah. Okay. So maybe I can name some. All right. Well, I didn't think of that, but that's only after years and years and years and years of growing up with it that I actually got used to it, I guess. Arthur says Ewoks suck, dude. They're the cutest thing ever. Ewoks are awesome. You suck for saying Ewoks suck. Maccabee says the Jabbas. It was actually the Hutts, but the problem is that's not their species type. That's actually just their last name. It's not. They're not really. I don't think that's their species type name. I think it's something else, but I don't know what it is. I did think of that one, but I knew that was just their clan name, the Hutts. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those specific comments, thoughts, comments, and concerns from me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. It is time to take a look at the data. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, please get it. Try it out, test it out, see if it's something you can live with. It would give you an added level of protection to your account from stopping from somebody getting in there. If they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive the code, that's not a bad idea. In case something happens to your primary. And then also please take pictures of your portfolio, save them someplace, video or pictures, save it someplace so that you know what it is that you hold and that you have proof of that in case your broker decides to go in, jack up your stuff, and then you're like, no, this should be something different, and then you don't have anything to argue to show to prove to them what it is that you held before. So please start taking pictures of that stuff, guys. I don't want you to get stuck with no proof. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting on the top left-hand side for the day today. This is the first run through for the day. So we've got price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point for yesterday. I've got, let's see, did Eric didn't get back to me, so he's going with the same thing he's got yesterday. Let's see here. So price prediction, this is not meant as any kind of financial advice. We do get these wrong, so don't take this as financial advice. Just the four of us are trying to predict the closing price of AMC and Ape combined by the end of the day. I've got 576 to 876. Eric has 475 to 775. Apex has 572 to 872, and Einstein has 602 to 902. Let me see here. Everybody got a price point, prediction point for yesterday. Nobody's gotten, since we started enabling the idea that somebody could get a tally point for getting exactly right the number, the price, average price between the two. Nobody's gotten it yet. So I'm hoping pretty soon we're going to get that. I have 571 for the close on AMC and 155 for Ape. Short exempt volume for the day on AMC was 459.8 yesterday. Ape was 251.4 thousand shares. Utilization 100% for AMC. This is day number 61. Ape is at 74.3%, which was a little up from the previous day. Day-to-day price increase. AMC was up 3.63% yesterday, and Ape up 0.66% yesterday. Max Pain is still $5. Now, if today has a lot of $5.50 strike calls, which I'm expecting it to be actually more $6 calls rolling in today. If today does have a lot of additional calls that would push the max pain up to 550, there's a very good chance that we might see that by tomorrow, that max pain driving upwards. But it all really kind of comes down to what happens to price for the day today. So I can imagine they're going to try and push volume down as much as possible and keep anything from developing on AMC. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and somewhere around 10 to 11% on EDGX. As it stands, off exchange is at 49.36, which is kind of low considering the usual numbers. EDGX is high at 15.91%, and the combined total on that 65.27% or 11.27% higher than normal. CHX volume is 0.03 with a 30-day average of 2.27, so it's low. On Ape, total amount of volume going through off exchanges is at 48.02%. EDGX is at 7.92. Combined total 55.94%, or about 2% higher than it should be. CHX is 0 shares, low. GME's CHX volume is 0.13 with a 30-day average of 0.26. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Earlier this morning, it was 134.171 million shares. No change. And on the options, highest amount of volume, let's see, it's probably going to be a $6 strike. Let's hope it is, huh? Yep, sure is. Highest amount of call options is at a $6 strike, although there's a fair amount at 5 and 5.5 as well. But we have 8.1 thousand contracts at a $6 strike. That is up from 5.5 from yesterday. So we're looking at 8.1 thousand contracts. And then on the put side of thing, the highest amount of volume is at a $4.5 strike. That's where it was at yesterday. There's 6.6 thousand contracts. So the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. No, wait, sorry, 4.5 and 6. My bad. Forgot to change one of my numbers. I was like, that's not right. So maybe we're looking at about like 5. Market's kind of suggesting a 5.25 close as of right now. All right, let me give you guys a little bit of music here, soft, easy listening music as I move some screens around and we take a look at the rest of the data. That is not what I wanted to do. That was the wrong one. That's for the end of the day. Congratulations, guys. It's the end of the day. We're done. All right, as you can see, and I talked about this a little bit earlier this morning, but we are trading up this ascending level of support, and then we have a level of resistance at $7.15 that has been there for a very, very long time. It's been a level of support and resistance multiple times in the past, as you can see here. This 715 level particularly is important to punch through. Once we get through this 715, we may be able to see some higher highs than what we've had recently, or maybe even as high as that $10 range combined between AMC and Ape. So, but the trick is getting past 715. Right now we're at 708 combined, so we're getting a little bit of a test. From the times in the past where we've tried to break through this, we have resisted 715 on a couple occasions from the bottom side, but not as much as we are right now. So most of the time before in the past, it's been a level of support, not resistance. Here's one right here where you had kind of like a nope, that was a breakthrough pretty clean. I'm looking for a spot where there's like resistance, but I don't really see one. And most of these are support lines for 715. So right now it's acting more as a resistance line than it is a support line. But we are trending up, and I've got this box kind of moved in right here with this ascending level of support and this resistance line at 715. We may see price kind of consolidate in here before perhaps maybe being able to break out going north of 715. The breakout time on this box here is for April 17th. The afternoon of April 17th. Which is just a suggested time. Doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's going to break out at. Updating Ortex. So far for the day today on AMC, there's been 909,000 shares having been returned so far for the day today. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 25.07%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.94, average is 779.85%, and max is 805.91. We are getting some shares that must be being returned right now, which means that you're going to see these numbers dropping a little bit. That is a bullish sign, though, when you see short positions closing. Utilization at 100%. On loan amount day over day increasing from 199.8 million shares to 200.96, which is 1.16 million new shares on loan. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise from 25.06 to 25.13. And on loan average age per day, with only 1.16 million new shares being loaned out, I would usually expect this to still be rising, but it actually took a dip. Very, very slight dip. It went from 104.86 to 104.7, but it did take a little bit of a dip there. It was a little surprising. 363,000 shares were closed out in short interest based off of the estimates. I'm sorry, 363,000 shares of new short interest were created yesterday based off of Ortex's numbers. Security lending volume did increase day over day from 6.67 million shares to 8.35 million shares. Over on Ape, so far for the day, 234,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 5.76%. Cost to borrow is the same across average, min, and max due to there only appearing to be about one loan so far for the day. But that is 7.94%. Shares on loan for the day today is up 1.03 million shares to 30.34 million shares on loan. Orders by Fidelity customers. And it's going to take forever to pull up. All right, I guess we'll move on. I'll come back to that. Trigger price for the day today for AMC is at $4.89. Ape at 1.368. There's 150,000 shares available to borrow. So far, earlier this morning, we'd seen about 30,000 shares having been borrowed. As of right now, the 250,000 shares that were available, 100,000 of them have been borrowed so far. There were 20,000 shares available in the ETFs, and all 20,000 of those were borrowed, and then about almost all 20,000 of those were borrowed. And then some of them returned. So I'm going to go ahead and call it 150,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day based off of all the numbers that we've seen, which is really close to the 200,000 shares that we've seen the last 2 days in a row. Fees earlier this morning were at 979.6%. They're down to 763.1%. And then out of the money calls, we have 94.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 65.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 131.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 22.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.19. Dow Jones is up NASDAQ is up 0.18. Dow Jones is up 0.51, and S&P 500 is up 0.41. We have 3,699 advancers to 2,516 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. On the banks that are up or down 3% or more are going to be the ones I'm talking about. FRC is down 3.39. And everyone else is within that range. A little bit of a mixture of red and green going on in the bank sector right now. Ethereum Classic is up 2.76%. DXY, or the US dollar, is showing down 0.65, which means maybe the stock market price should be up, which is what is happening. WTI oil is up 0.88. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.15 to 0.2, and SPY is up 0.4. VIX is down 1.94. VBR is up 0.2. VB is up 0.3. Tesla is up 0.31. Amazon is down 0.1. Cinemark is up 0.15. Doge is down 1.85. Bitcoin is down 0.27 at 30.1K a coin. GME is down 0.44. HYMC is down 4.12. NCMI is up 106, 107, 107% right now. Hood is down 1%. Ape is up 0.44, and AMC is up 2.32. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have approximately $2.1 million more inflow than outflow. 6.47 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 51 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 49.47 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is actually lower than the expected volume that I had predicted for the day, which was 30 to 50 million. It's kind of got me a little worried right now, the fact that it's already within my range. It's kind of a little shocking, to be honest. On a 4-hour chart here, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 65.41, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with it appears to be maybe a divergence of the vortex indicator within the next hour, and RSI at 63.44, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 57.02, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 48.15, which is average. On Ape, there's approximately just a little less. It's about $90,000 more outflow than inflow. 1.76 million shares traded so far. Very, very low volume today. After 52 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 13.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.17, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.51, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.76, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last 15 minutes or so, and RSI at 51.16, which is average. Pull up some of these news articles. Update 1, theater advertiser National Cinemedia files for bankruptcy protection. This is interesting. Let's see. This was put out at 10:31 last night. Says National Cinemedia Incorporated (NCMI), the biggest movie theater advertising business in North America, said on Tuesday it filed for bankruptcy protection and had entered into a restructuring agreement with its lenders. This adds to the growing list of challenges facing the cinema industry, which has been hit hard by the pandemic and a lack of major film releases, and follows a similar move by Cineworld, which filed for U.S. bankruptcy protection in September. In an effort to deleverage its balance sheet, NCM said it entered into an agreement with its secured lenders to convert its debt into equity. The company will receive an ownership interest of about 14% in the restructured entity, it said. Despite some progress in post-pandemic recovery, industry executives have cautioned that the sector is still a long way from returning to its pre-pandemic heights, with theaters and studios facing significant disruptions in production and in attendance. Today's transactions will position us to deliver the strong results our advertisers and cinema partners have come to expect from us today and well into the future, Tom Lisinski, the chief executive officer of NCM, said in a statement. The court filings in Texas showed that NCM listed its assets on the range of $500 million to $1 billion and liabilities in the range of $1 billion to $10 billion. The developer comes after AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated disclosed late on Monday that it acquired a large stake in the cinema advertising platform, making it the second largest shareholder of NCM. As part of the Chapter 11 filing, the company sought first-day motions that, when granted, would enable day-to-day operations to continue as usual. The company expects to report 44.4% increase in revenue to $91.7 million for the fourth quarter. Interesting stuff going on there. There may be something that Adam Aaron's eyeing on that in regards to, I don't know. He may be seeing a company that's distressed that maybe he can. I don't know. I don't even want to pretend to know what he's thinking, but he may have something in mind. Ichimoku on the 1 hour for Ape. The prices that we need to see today for big pushes are 155 and 190. We're at 153 currently. 155 gets us above the cloud on the 1 hourly, and conversion's already above base and lagging line's already above price line. So 155 is the magic number to really get this to start pumping. More than likely, we'll probably just see it stall out inside this cloud, as I imagine that institutions realize that if this were to move above that, that it could start to turn into a buy signal. You can see that the volatility has massively decreased over the last few days, kind of returning to where it was prior, almost, not quite. Most of this volatility came from the settlement announcement and the unsettlement announcement. But you can see that the volatility right now is even less than what it was prior to those settlement announcements. So volatility way down, and I'm expecting to see this thing kind of pop a little bit maybe here in the near future. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more. We have the lagging line is underneath the price line, conversions below base, and prices below the cloud. To see this to turn into a big buy signal, price would have to absolutely jump up to $1.90, which is quite a bit, because we would need to get this lagging line above the price line, and we'd also have to see conversion cross base. And I think 190 would probably do that. Actually, it could be a little bit lower. We could probably see that happening at around 170. I'm going to change my number. 178. I didn't know base was going to be dropping as much as it was. So that kind of changes it a little bit. On AMC, on the 1-hour chart, we've got, let's see here, lagging line is above price line, conversions above base. As long as we stay above base and don't touch down on it, which is at $5.30, this should remain a pretty strong buy signal. So yeah, just staying above 530 is ideal for the day today. 563 would likely push this a little bit higher, as that would bring the lagging line above price line for the futures and make it look like a continued purchase signal. And on a 4-hour chart here, we have lagging line above price line, conversion above base. There's nothing really bad looking about this. This is actually a beautiful setup right now. I mean, we do have these TD9s that printed on the way up here twice, and you saw a return of the price down each time that happened. So we probably will see at least I'm kind of expecting maybe a test of somewhere around like 530. But if we do test 530, I would envision this probably heading back upwards, or it could go down slightly more than that, maybe 505 before seeing a bounce back up again. So everything looks really strong here on this 4-hour chart. I'm liking it. It looks good. Oops, yeah, that's right. Again, really just a bunch of sideways consolidation going on right now. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. So let's check something real quick here. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm doing yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm doing paper trades on the side, and not for real. It's not real money. And the reason that I'm doing that is because I just want to make sure that I'm still doing well trading in a bear market. I think it's important to always make sure that you're maintaining like an idea on what it's like to be trading inside the marketplace, and keeping on top of what's going on in the market. So paper trading is kind of one of those ways that you can do that, and so that's what I'm doing a little bit on the side here. Just a little bit of paper trading. Nothing big. And I just noticed that there was something that I wanted to change, so I did. Cool. Rim Taco says no, unacceptable. Sorry, man, but that's I gotta keep up my skills. I gotta keep up my practice. It's like a sport, right? Like anytime you're in a sport and you're doing something, you got to keep up your practice and what it is that you do. Otherwise, you kind of tend to lose it a little bit. You stop exercising the noodle and the noodle shrinks. No pun intended. Pineapple Express, appreciate you too. How's it going? Good to see you. Nat Nail, good morning to you. Nope, not paper trading AMC. Promise. Let's see here. 1 second. Yeah, okay, good. Use it or lose it, right? Kenny says. I absolutely agree. Censor Content says that article was targeted to make it look like AMC was making a bad investment. That's not even close to the truth. Yeah, no kidding, right? I think they're doing pretty well for themselves right now. AMC's getting a nice little push up right here. Kind of making me wonder if that's the rest of the market as well. Let's see. What's SPY doing? SPY is not really moving, so AMC is moving on its own accord. Had a nice little jump up there. Dr. Zena says at some point you get old enough when it no longer shrinks, it just keeps sagging further and further on down towards gravity. Whoops, there goes gravity. Wait. We got Gramps we got Grandpa Rock. Can we get a Grandpa M&M? Is there such a thing as a Grandpa M&M? Or is that too soon? Is it too soon for Grandpa M&M? I don't know. Kid Rock went to Gramp Rock. I feel like maybe we should we should be able to see a Grandpa M&M here soon. I would imagine. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's too soon for that. There was, what was I going to say? There was something I was going to mention to you. Oh, yeah. A joke. My wife heard this joke at work last night. She said, she came home, she told me this joke. She said, wait, shoot. I gotta remember. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put myself on mute so I can say it out loud to myself real quick here. Because if I say it out loud to you guys, I'm gonna screw the joke up. Shoot. I'm gonna have to go back and ask her how that joke starts. Wait, hold on a second. Maybe I can look it up. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What does a robot do after a one night stand? This is the worst part. NC Proud Dad says changes its oil. The correct answer is nuts and bolts. That was a pretty good. I thought that was a pretty good one. It was the best part the best part was is before she told me the joke, she goes, I heard a funny joke that might be a little too risky for the live stream today. You might not want to. As soon as she started to say you might not want to, I was like, no, this would be perfect. Tell me what it is. So I had to I had to find out what the joke was. Hazel's throwing up shade. It was funny. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Dr. Zena says Taco had some authentic Mex tacos last night at a business meeting. As the host, I insisted we all pay homage to the mighty Taco. In your honor, good sir, I know the med struggles. Oh man, Rem Taco, look at that. Dr. Zeno's having toasting out to you. That's pretty cool, man. What kind of great meds are you on right now? Anything super hefty? The tough part, batter is going to be breaking that 715 combined price. Right now we're only at 710. And we're trying. That little quick push run up right there was an attempt to get past it. If I drag over the combined price of AMC and Ape, you'll see there was an attempt, definitely made there to try and break that 715 barrier right there. Little tiny attempt. Didn't quite make. It didn't. It didn't take. It didn't stick. Not quite. Almost. Let me check something real quick here on the news. Do you guys leave your phones on? Hmm, everything's starting to take a turn for the worse here in the market. Do you guys ever? Do you leave your phones just running constantly? Like, do you ever leave the screen on, or do you have automatic timers to turn it off automatically, or do you force the closing of the screen? Just out of curiosity. What was I going to look up again? I was going to look up. Oh yeah. I attended the. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but I attended the. NC Proud Dad says I turn off auto, and then Maccabee says I have auto timeout. I can't. I don't. I don't like auto timeouts for some reason. I don't know why. The only time that I ever appreciate auto timeout is when I'm trying to sleep and I'm listening to something and I have my phone on. NC Proud Dad says there's a setting if you put the phone face down, it will shut off. Hmm. I tend to put my phone face down all the time. Like all the time. And I don't like it when it auto turns off. Will it auto turn on when you put it face up? That might actually be worth it. Interesting. I might have to look into that. Yesterday, I attended a space call where there was apparently there was one of the guys who had started that Amazon purchasing rumor for AMC. I guess he was one that perpetrated or was one of the perpetrators of and he's an independent writer. He was one of the ones that perpetrated the distribution of an article that suggested that Amazon was buying AMC. I never actually read the article. As soon as I heard the news, I dismissed it almost immediately. Um, so I never read the article at all. Didn't even read the headline. I have no idea what it even was. I just saw most of the stuff that I saw was from other people who had actually read the article and seen it. But apparently, a lot of people from the community were going after this. His name is Joe. I don't know what his last name was. I forgot what it was, but his name is Joe. And a lot of people apparently were going after him and kind of digging into him and stuff. And I guess some of the things got kind of nasty. Uh, just kind of uncalled for, I guess, from his perspective. I'm not in his shoes. I don't know what he had to endure. Um, but I went to the space call because I wanted to hear. He was talking to the ape community last night. His name is Pounce, Joe Pounce. NC Proud Dad said Joe Blow. Anyways, I was listening to what he had to say yesterday, and there was one thing that in particular that kind of stood out, and it's that he said that we're our own worst enemies, and I tend to agree with him on that matter. And I'm just here to tell you guys, I understand the internet is a place of toxicity. I really, really, truly understand that. Being a YouTube personality, I get that first and foremost. There is relentless shills out there. Relentless. They will say all kinds of crazy things. They'll try to dox you. They will try to do whatever it is that they possibly can to, perhaps maybe make you feel like, um, I don't know. They just make you feel like crap, I guess, in general. If you let it get to you. So two takeaways I had from that space call last night. One is for us, and one is for Joe. The takeaway for us is that we need to be more professional. When we're talking to professional people out in the world, we need to act professional. And I agree with them in the fact that, um, you know, uh, I agree with them in the fact that we discredit ourselves when we don't act professional around other people. So we need to remember that going forward, and when we deal with others, like, how we present ourselves as a community does make a difference. It makes a difference about what it is that we stand for and what we represent. And this guy Joe is going to go on and write an article about our community and what it is that we stand for and what we represent. And when you think about that, and it's only going to be bad information. Well, I'm saying it's only going to be bad information. I'm sure it's going to lean more heavily towards the bad side of what he's experienced than it will be towards the good things that this community has stood for and done. I'm not saying he's not going to mention the good things, but I'm sure they won't be as impactful as what it is that we've done that's bad. Remember that, guys. I can't stress to you enough. You gotta have general respect for people outside of this community. When they are outside of this community, they are outsiders. They don't understand what's going on here. And when you treat them like the normal internet treats people, then you're setting a precedence of what the community stands for. So be careful about that. When you're putting something into here, I sit there and say this, and then I go right to Gary Gensler. Go get some cockles. No, which I haven't done. I haven't done that. I haven't said that to Gary Gensler, but there is toxicity within this community, really, really, really bad. In fact, I was attacked this last weekend, and basically said that I was a shill against Adam Aaron. And for any of you guys who've watched long enough, I think that most of you would probably say that I probably protect Adam Aaron more than I do say negative things about him. But I'm neither pro or against pro or con against Adam Aaron. I see him as a CEO of a company. His objectives and my objectives don't necessarily align, and they don't have to. But it doesn't mean that I can't give the man respect. You know what I'm saying? And that's the part that I think that I have a problem with is that there's people in our community who just want to trash on every single little thing that it is they have without giving any kind of yielding any kind of respect whatsoever. Arthur, I heard you talking. You said I held back and did not call him poopy pants. Are you proud of me? Dude, Arthur, I wish you would get up and speak more often, man. Every time you get up to talk someplace, I love it. I just go like, we need more of that Arthur out there. Where the hell's why isn't Arthur out there talking more? Damn it. So, but yeah, I was very proud of you, and you said some really good things, and I appreciate it, and I could tell you're a little more passionate in that particular conversation that you had with him. But I understand that, and I get where the passion comes from, and I support it. But here's my message to Joe, and I doubt he's going to get this, but this is my message to Joe. My message to Joe is get a thick skin. You work in the media. I work in the media. We work in the same place. If you don't have a thick skin in this environment, then you're just not going to get your job done very well. You're never going to be able to aspire to something better if you don't grow a thick skin. Now, I have a feeling he already has a thick skin and that he's playing as a victim. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not him, so I can't really say. I mean, people are blaming him, picking his nose, whatever. I saw the picture. It doesn't really look like he's picking his nose to me. I can see full fingernail. If I couldn't see fingernail, then I would have been like, yeah, he's definitely picking his nose. But I saw fingernail, so I mean, I don't know. I would just, I'm not gonna get on the whole like trashing him for picking his nose kind of thing. But whatever. One thing that I think is kind of happening with that whole situation, and this is my opinion, is that I feel like this guy, the first thing I did when I heard about the story about Joe and the story they put out about AMC, is I said, there's something going on here. I started looking into him, and immediately I found out that he was an independent writer, and then he has a subscription-based article platform. And I sat there and I thought to myself, oh, I see what he's doing here. Guys, the more successful that we become, the more people who are going to want to attach themselves to us, right? The more people who want to attach themselves to us means that there's going to be more toxicity and people who are not a part of what it is that we're doing here. The reason that they want to become attached to us is because there's money involved. You have to remember that every single time you see somebody put something out, you have to ask yourself, what is the bottom line here? Why is this person saying what it is that they're saying? And what do they have to achieve or gain from it? And when you ask yourself that, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to tell you this, and then you're going to be like, well, what do you have to gain from this, Casey? I do have something to gain from this. I have something majorly to gain from what it is that I'm doing here. And what I have to gain from this is I have a community of people who are going to be absolutely wealthy beyond all belief. And I'm going to have a story that I've told. I will stand to gain from seeing you guys be successful. That is going to be the gain that I have from this. It's going to be an epic story. An epic story. And I want to be a part of that. So I have something to gain. Everybody has something to gain from something when they're involved in it, right? So when you see somebody like Joe write an article with a subscription-based independent article platform that he's running, he's doing it on the backs of us, right? So the more attention that you give him, the more power you're giving him. If you don't want to give him power, ignore him. Walk away. Pretend like he doesn't exist. If you want to help support him, support him. Go out there and watch what he's doing. Give him the clicks. Give him the likes. Do whatever it is that you want to do with your interaction with him as a person, because that will give him what it is that he wants. Notoriety. He's working off the backs of us and what it is that we're doing. If you want to be a part of that, If you want to help promote it, give it life. If you don't, stop looking. Walk the other way. Ignore it. That's it. I'm not mad. I'm really not even mad. I'm not mad, but that's my message to Joe. Grow a thick skin and stop trying to ride on the backs of the apes. Because if you want to make yourself successful, we're not the place for it. Go make yourself successful on something else because we're here to make changes. And if you're not going to talk about the changes that we're trying to make, go somewhere else. Because I know he's going to write a shit story about us. It's coming. And we'll probably all hook, line, and sinker into going out there and reading it and then being like, that's not how we act. Cockles. You know, cooteria. Yeah, you know, whatever. Just remember, respect, guys. Do have some level of respect. But also know that clown said Gasparino is for the little guy. What a lying piece of shit. I know. I heard it too, Arthur. I was there. I heard it too. I actually said I was driving in my car after having picked up some food, and I was driving home, and I said, no, he's not. Right out loud. I said, bullshit. He is not for the little people. I said it out loud. Nobody else was in the car with me. It was like I was talking to myself in the car. I was like, he is not. I was angry. I was like, no, you lie. I felt like Luke Skywalker. No, it's not true. BioLife Hemp says, nice TED Talk, Casey. You know, I just want you guys to remember, you guys are the power here. Every single one of you guys are the power. You have the ability to make the changes. Believe it or not, it's all on how you want to spin it. If you want to spin towards the negativity and the bad things that you think that are out there, and you want to point at those things and keep on pointing them, you can. Or you can turn this around and you can start pointing at the great things and start moving forward with success. How do you envision yourself for the future? If you envision yourself with power and success, and you believe in it, and you push and drive for those kind of things, that's what you're going to get. If you keep on pushing towards the negativity, the distrust, and the toxicity, that's what you're going to get. Push for the good things, guys. Push for the things that are worth fighting for. Don't find yourself getting into those fights with the tar babies. They're not worth it. They're just going to stick you and then make a fool out of you. They're going to tar and feather you, make you look stupid. Arthur says Joe is a writer and he used the word fastly. That's not a real word, Casey. I know, dude. I'm telling you, he's trying to ride the wave, man. He's trying to ride our wave. Just wave goodbye. Don't let him ride our wave. Wave goodbye. Yeah, I know, Adam. There were so many contradictions in there, and I actually sent the one a couple different. I didn't want to get up to speak. I speak all day long, guys, and I get tired, and I just don't. I don't feel like going up to talk a lot of times. Plus, I say really stupid things when I'm tired, and I mean I say stupid things when I'm not tired. So you can imagine what it gets like when I am. But I sent the one a couple different messages, and the one was he had so much going on. There was no way I'm sure he could have gotten to him. But he said, but I told him, I said, ask him how much his viewership has improved after his article. That was one of the questions I wanted to see asked. See if he was acknowledging the fact that he probably had a massive uptick in viewership. And then the next thing that I said was another great question would be, how many times has he reported a wrong story about an acquisition of an industry-leading company? What kind of checks and balances does he use to determine if such a big news story is actually accurate before being reported? And I think those would have been great questions to have been asked to him instead of just beating him into the ground. I think we should have actually nailed him to the wall and said, what do you stand behind and what kind of ethics do you actually use in your reporting? And really kind of exposed him for, I mean, not that he wasn't already being exposed, but really like let the words, his own words, expose who he is and why he's doing what he is that he's doing. We want Bob Ross. All right, hold on a second. Let me give you guys a Bob Ross moment here. I did, Arthur. I talked about it for like a whole day. It was like a title for the whole day on AMC Gorillas. Hold on a second. Let me play a Bob Ross moment and I'll talk about it. Let's see here. Let's see. I got to ask Bobblehead Ross something real quick here. Bobblehead Ross, what do you think about this Joe Yahoo, the reporter?
This be a good place for my little squirrel to live.
Oh, wow. I guess apparently Bobblehead Ross is picking violence today. he's gonna shove a squirrel. Oh, never mind. Arthur. So Arthur says, "Why am I not talking about AMC Gorillas?" So I did. I spent an entire day talking about AMC Gorillas, and I put it up in the title for the day and everything. I actually asked David versus Goliath if he would come on and talk, but he's not willing to talk on YouTube. So, but I asked him if he would come in here and talk to us about it as well. But yeah, I completely talked about it for a whole day. So just to kind of let you guys know, because Arthur's asked me to put it out there again, and I will. I have no problem talking about it. There's a little bit of a movement, and we call it. It's what it's being called right now is guerrilla warfare, right? So it's WARFAIR. And essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to reach outside of the AMC bubble. And so what we're trying to do is we're taking other tweets, trending tweets that are out there. For example, like a good example, and let me just show you guys what I'm talking about here. All you have to do on Twitter is go to # AMC Gorillas, and then when you do that, and we're trying to get this hashtag to trend. When you do that, what you should see is people attaching. I'm going to try and find a really good one here. People attaching tweets to already known hashtag tweets that are popular. So, for example, I want to find some of my favorite ones are the ones that have to do with merch. So let me see if I can find one real quick here. Okay, this might be one right here. This is probably a good one. So Chris Pratt tweeted out something, right? He said, "Thank you everyone who checked out the Super Mario." So he tweeted out. Chris Pratt tweeted out, "Thank you everyone who checked out the Super Mario movie this weekend. If you haven't yet, do. To celebrate, I held a baby goat, caught a couple bass, found a blacktail shed." Drank some coffee and hung out with my bro in the A-frame he and his girlfriend Lindsay refurbished. Django Houdini over here said, see it at least twice, everyone. I miss Princess Peach. And then I think this might be the, I don't know who, Anna, this might be the person that did the voice for Princess Peach. I don't know. Doing her magic the first time I went, at AMC Theaters, # AMC Gorillas. So now anybody who happens to see, now if everybody goes in here and likes this right here, right? If they go in and they like this, then this is going to be one of the top tweets that people see when they go in and they see Chris Pratt's message, right? So they'll see this. The idea here is that you're trying to get AMC out there as some kind of you're referencing AMC somehow to some other either person or a hashtag or an @ sign or whatever they call those these days. And so you're basically trying to group advertising in a sense. It's like a form of advertising or guerrilla warfare of our advertising outside of the AMC bubble, right? So we want people who are going to other people's either sites or pound signs and seeing this. So, for example, like the D&D stuff that we were talking about earlier this morning, a lot of D&D people didn't know that AMC was passing out that cool dice bucket, right? So somebody went over to the D&D page and then put in a hashtag with a picture of the dice and said, "Hey guys, in case you didn't know, there's a big huge dice bucket from AMC. If you go over there, you can go get it." And then they put hashtag AMC Gorillas to get this trending. So like everybody sees, anytime anybody sees one of these, they can go back and they can see it under AMC Gorillas. They're all posted in here. And the more people that are in our community who like these things, the more we tend to push these up to the top. And there's some really good ones that are out there that are being created as of right now. And you can go through all of them and see it. Here, this person put in replying to at Variety. I'm not sure who at Variety necessarily is. I don't know what this is exactly. Variety.com. I'm not sure, but it looks like Variety.com did a post on Mario, and somebody said, "Welcome back. We never left. Been waiting. AMC theaters. Plenty of movies to choose from coming up. AMC theaters. AMC Gorillas." And then they put, "Are you ready for 2023?" And they got the list of all the different movies that are coming up. So there's a lot of different ways that we can use this to kind of help advertise AMC and getting outside of the AMC bubble. That's the big point here. We all are preaching to the choir, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but we all know what's going on here, right? We're not telling anybody new anything that we already know here. So the idea here is if we can get to the people who are on the outside who aren't seeing what's going on, then we can help AMC and push things kind of going forward here and be more forward thinking instead of always attacking on the negatives about some of the bad things. We're being more progressive and going towards a helping AMC to become profitable type atmosphere. So I think that's the strong part about this. So that's essentially what the idea is behind pound sign AMC Gorillas, and it's with a Z on the end, not an S. Let's see here. Variety is a magazine. Okay. But essentially, that's the idea here. Magus says, Shaw, do you think we can hold this price for Friday? I don't know, man. I think today really it depends on the options that are gonna that Max Payne is still sitting at $5. If we can get the $5 Max Payne up to 550, then there's a chance that we could probably hold 550 by the end of the week. A chance. But as of this morning, it was still $5. And based off of most of the other indicators that I'm seeing on here on AMC, I'm seeing a little bit of it. I mean, we just printed on a 1 hour time interval. We've printed two TD9 retracement. Shoot, what do they call these? I can't think of what it's called. Why did I forget? I don't know. Let's find it. TD sequential. So we printed nine sequential points that basically trended upwards. Usually that does mean that the price is going to retrace a little bit. We did not hit the top of the Bollinger Bands, I don't think, on the 1 minute. Oh, no, we did. Then we almost came back down to the simple moving average. On a 1 hour with the Ichimoku, we're just hugging the conversion line right now. I mean, we're doing okay. We need to close above 563 by the end of the day to remain positive. If we don't stay above 563 before the end of today, though, we could potentially see some a downward trend start to form. Why does my phone keep turning off? Yeah. I mean, the big hard push that we're going to need to have is to stay above 715 combined between AMC and Ape. Right now we're at 718, so we've got above the 715. We just need to hold. We need to be able to hold that. Casey, could you share your thoughts on why GME is still heavily shorted after a great quarter? Because the quarter numbers weren't good off of they weren't really good numbers. The problem, Batter, is that all they did was reduce inventory. They didn't actually have good numbers. They had actually bad numbers. The numbers were positive numbers, but what the overall sentiment of what their position was that they reduced inventory to make themselves look like they were doing well. So that's not necessarily a good thing. So I'm still suggesting that they're not profitable yet. Until they can stop reducing inventory and uh, still maintain positive numbers, then I would say that they're still net negative. Well, that's really, I hope so, no, because I've got 571 as my prediction for the day today, so I hope 570 is right. It is 10:08, guys. I'm for completely spaced the numbers here. Let's go take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I won't see what it is you're writing. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around, and we will see what's happening. Starting with Off Exchange right here next to my head. So far for the day today, I would expect to see off exchange by this time of the day at about 49% and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. As it stands right now, AMC is at 52.65% through off exchange. EDGX is 13.85. The grand total 66.5%, or about 6.5% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0.04% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.25, so it's kind of low. On Ape, we've got off exchange at 50.25 and the EDGX is at 6.93. Combined totals 57.18%, so it's low by just almost 3%, lower than it should be by this time of the day. So a little bit lower numbers on Ape. CHX volume is 0. On GME, the CHX volume is 0.1 with a 30-day average of 0.25. Taking a look at AMC on Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 909,000 shares having been returned for the day today. It's now 1.09 million shares. It's going to further lower that estimated short share interest of the free float to 25.06%. Cost borrow mins at 7.94, average is 741.94, and max is 805.91%. Shares on loan for the day today increased by 1.16 million shares to 200.96 million shares on loan. Ortex estimates that about 363,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at Ape, As of an hour ago, there was 234,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It still has not changed. That's leaving that estimated short share interest, the free float, at 5.76%. Cost of borrowings at 7.4, so is max and average, only because there's been one loan for the day-to-day reported so far. Shares on loan increased by 1.03 million shares day over day to 30.34 million shares on loan. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is at a $6 strike, and that's going to help. Move up the volume to weight the max pain towards that $5.50 strike. There was 8.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now there's 18,000 contracts. The puts are still heavily weighted towards the $4.50 strike. It went from 6.6 thousand contracts to 8.3. Until those $4.50 strikes start dropping in volume, and we see more volume at a $5 strike, the less likely we're going to see that $5.50 max pain that we were talking about. So gonna need to see some of that volume drop off over there on those $4.50 puts. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere by the end of the day, somewhere between $4.50 and $6 for AMC. Combined prices AMC and Ape is currently at $7.10. We're still flirting with that $7.15 and struggling to really kind of break through it and force it to become a level of support. Not quite getting there yet. Still getting some of that consolidation. This drop on the run up right here to 726 would have, or the high was 727, would have probably cooled off RSI a little bit, and maybe helping us to kind of set up for a run here. But as of right now, if we can consolidate right around where we're at right now at 711, that would be ideal. We need that RSI to really just kind of cool off a little bit. Orders by Fidelity customers so far for the day today. Let's see what we got going on here. AMC, Ape, and GME. Let's see if we're on the list here. Nope. None of the three. That would likely be due to low volume. SSR trips for the day today on AMC at $4.89. Ape at 1.368. Shares available to borrow is at 150,000 shares. That is no change from an hour ago. Fees are currently at a 763.1% fee amount. So far borrowed for the day today is about 150,000 shares. We've been seeing about 200,000 shares most of this week. So I would expect that we'll probably see another 50,000 shares at least borrowed sometime between now and the end of the day today. Taking a look at the markets, NASDAQ is down 0.63 now. Dow Jones is down 0.17. S&P 500 down 0.32. Decliners to advancers, it's actually flip-flopped now. So we have just as many decliners as we had advancers an hour ago. 3,743 decliners to 2,519 advancers. The market is definitely more declining than advancing at this point in time. Taking a look at banks, they were mixed earlier, but most of them are down. I'm only going to look for anything that's plus or minus 3%. So we got Silvergate down 5.67%. FRC is down 3.4%. Coinbase is down 5.44%. Most of the banks are showing up red now. And then PacWest is down 4.47%. Ethereum Classic is up 1.26%. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.54%. Oil is down 0.58. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.17 to 0.27. And SPY is down 0.3. Again, a nice little, did print a TD9 on the way down here. May see a bounce off this a little bit. VIX is up now 0.58%, which means that the market should be heading down. VBR, actually, let's take a look at VIX real quick here. I just want to see what it's looking like. Yeah, it's starting to kind of level out a little bit here. VBR is down 0.56, VB is down 0.49, Tesla is down 2.09, Amazon is down 1.36, Cinemark is up 1.04, Doge is down 2.56, Bitcoin is down 1.36, GME is down 1.12, HYMC is down 3.67, NCMI is up 90.39%, HOOD is down 2.26, Ape is up 1% at 1.535. and AMC is up 2.85 at $5.59. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is approximately 900,000. It's actually more like $800,000 more inflow than outflow for the day. 12.91 million shares traded so far after 105 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 47.95 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares. So we're already inside that target zone. We only dropped down about 2 million on our average pace in volume since an hour ago, so that's not bad. We may actually do the 30 to 50. I'm a little less nervous about it than I was an hour ago, but that's still. Normally, I'm not seeing my range starting to get hit until around like 11 to 12-ish. So I'm a little worried. I might be a little over guesstimating on volume for the day. On 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 66.55, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 65.16, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 56.74, which is just slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than the buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator about ready to occur within the next 5 minutes, and RSI at 48.07, which is average. On Ape, we have approximately $90,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.08 million shares having been traded after 107 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's actually up from where we were at an hour ago. So we are seeing an increase in volume, and with that increase in volume, we're getting a little bit of price increase as well, which ain't bad considering the fact that I was guesstimating $1.55 for the close for the day. I hope we keep going up, but I mean, right now I'm looking pretty good. Let's see here. So 5 to 25 million shares is what I guessed on the volume for the day today, and that's actually increasing on the pace, which is unusual. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 52.18, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 61.83, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 64.45, which is above average. And a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 63.24. Do you guys remember what happened yesterday with CHX? I don't know if you guys remember it or not. The numbers were pretty big, and I think that was significant on CHX because I think that was the signal for the closing of positions. We'll see. No says, how is HYMC down when all these countries' currencies are backed by gold and China and Russia have been loading up on gold? So I think that the U.S. economy is trying to devalue gold. I think quite honestly what they're trying to do. So if you think about it like this, if you were our government and you wanted to destabilize the economy of Russia and China, and they were trying to move to a gold-based currency, gold-backed currency, then how would you do that? And the answer, in my opinion, is that you devalue gold and only for production value only. And you move the rest of the world's economy to a centralized banking digital currency. And that's the answer to the question is you maintain power by moving the rest of the world to a different currency and forcing those countries to follow. Or else. And so I think that's the answer. Thorblade, I just caught what it is that you said there. 2 weeks. Carl says same reason companies are down. Illegal shorting activities well documented. That's probably also part of the reason. Although, Carl, when I looked at it originally, I didn't think that it was nearly as bad as some other ones that I've seen out there. But I would agree though to an excuse me, to an extent. So I've done a lot of cross analysis to closing of positions, Boomstick, and in that analysis, I found that the CHX exchange seems to be the avenue by which the reporting for some of the short positions being closed out happens. So whenever we see these really big spikes in CHX volume, it really seems to be a big indicator for and it's not always what you think it is. Sometimes you could see a huge amount of CHX volume and price just drops on a stock. Um, Sometimes you see a big spike in CHX volume, price starts going up on a stock, and then you see another big spike in CHX volume, and then the price starts falling. And essentially, what that is you have kind of like a beginning signal of we're collecting shares to try and close out positions, right? That's that first signal of CHX volume starting. And the second signal is we've collected enough shares, the price has risen enough, people sold shares on the way up, we got enough shares, and now we're going to start dropping the price down, and then you start seeing the shorting start happening, coinciding with that CHX volume, that last spike of CHX volume triggering. So it just seems to be an exchange that is used to deliver of shares, and that's I don't know how to explain it, but I've done a little bit of research on it, and I'm pretty convinced. You know, Dr. D, they used to say the same thing about the US dollar. Yeah, I'm not necessarily convinced about that. Again, need trumps. Um, Usually, need will trump uh, protesting. In other words, you're not going to be looking to fight about what currency you're using if you're barely having if you're having a hard time just finding you know gas prices that are too low or whatever. I mean, it really just depends on your need. If your needs are not being met, or you're struggling just to get by, you're going to be worried about other things than what kind of currency you're trading in. Yeah, Carl says JP has a gold derivative short position that is greater than the company's entire assets. I remember hearing that about a week or two ago, and it was pretty shocking when I heard that. I was like, wow, if that doesn't really kind of tell you or give you an idea as to what direction this country is headed towards, I don't know what would. The banks are banking on it, no pun intended. They're they're literally banking on it. And I don't think they would make a position like that unless they didn't know something that we probably didn't know before them. So they're ahead of the game. They know what's going to be happening in the future. Brian says, "Are we going to watch a meeting today?" I think it would start at 1 o'clock p.m. My time. Let me just check and see real quick here, because if I went to the normal spot that I go to get to the Fed meetings, and I didn't see anything. Let me check something real quick here. Um, let's go here. Head. I don't see anything set up as of right now. That doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. But I don't see anything set up right now. But if there is a version of viewing that I can set up for us to view, I will put it up. Oh, sorry. Yep, let me fix it for you. My bad. Sorry about that. Joe says Texas has all the oil we need. Texas doesn't want to give it up. I'm just teasing. I don't know. Texas is always kind of like, oh, we'll just um what is it? There's something they always say. I can't remember what it is they're always saying here. I can't think of what it is. Yeah, I don't know if Texas is going to give up their oil. I'm just saying, I don't know. No, not steers or queers. It's in relationship to basically Texas seceding from the country. I can't remember what it's called though. People have like this. They say this. I don't know what it is. They say something. Yeah, something like "come and take it." Yeah, that's it. I think that's it, Nate. Come and take it. it's, and then instead of the cannon, they've replaced it with an oil rig. You know, I can officially say all my exes live in Texas too. Everything is bigger here in Texas. Although I did take my wife to California, and I told her, I said, you know what, the burritos in California are pretty dang big. I don't know if you can beat them here in Texas. And so we went to California, and I got her some California style breakfast burritos, and she was like, these are amazing. Oh, and she really liked the San Diego Zoo. Apparently, the San Diego Zoo is way better than. I haven't been to the San Antonio Zoo, but she has, and she said that. I mean, she enjoyed the zoo so much she wanted to go back the second time we went there, and that is. I was absolutely kind of floored by the fact that she wanted to go back a second time. That doesn't. My wife doesn't usually like going back to places like that a second time unless this is her. So she really enjoyed the zoo in California. But there are a lot of amazingly big things here in Texas for sure. I'm just saying, NC Proud Dad. They're really big in California. Javi says I make the best burritos, Casey. You're in California, so I bet you do. I'll take your word for it. I just can't get over the fact that what they call them breakfast tacos here, but they're really burritos. They're like the little tiniest burritos you've ever seen in your whole life. Yep, I am in Texas. Myself says Cineworld filed their restructuring plan and shareholders will be totally wiped out. That is the example as to why we want the fundamentals to increase and why AMC needs a way to handle the debt. I agree. I was never particularly fond of the idea of dilution, but I will take dilution over bankruptcy for sure. Any day of the week. Bring it on. I will take dilution every single day. I don't have those numbers in front of me, Thomas English, but I could probably get them for you. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta take a phone call. I don't understand why AARP always calls me. It's like I'm not that old yet. Like, stop calling me. I don't know how many times I gotta tell them. I mean, I know I'm getting up there, but I'm not that old. Yeah, no, it wasn't a phone call from the hedgies. Well, I'm not 50. No, my wife's sleeping, Brian. She'd have been calling me from her sleep if that was the case. I'm still 4 years away from 50. I still got time. Cineworld isn't bankrupt. They will emerge from Chapter 11. Only the shareholders won't. Sam says the beard does make you look a little bit like Wilford Brimley. I gotta look the name up because I'm really bad with names. Hold on 1 second here. I have no idea who that is. Oh my gosh, come on, not the oatmeal guy. I would have been way. It would have been easier for you to just say oatmeal guy. There's no way, man. There's no way I look like the oatmeal guy. Come on, get out of here. Wait till I shave this crap off. When I shave this crap off, you're gonna be like, dude, you don't even look near what your age is. At least I hope you're gonna say that. Brian Carpenter says oatmeal guy. Diabetes. Diabetes. Just call him oatmeal guy. Long Jericho says he's the OG, the oatmeal guy. OG, the oatmeal guy. I like that. That's really good. You know what? Long Jericho point. You made me laugh. Thank you, sir. Oatmeal guy, OG. Oh man, it's so funny. I started to write oatmeal guy instead of your name. Let's see here. Long Jericho. Okay, Long Jericho. Long Jericho. Tell me why the name. I'm just kind of curious. Like that's such a I don't know. It's a very unique name. that it makes me wonder why long Jericho. What's the deal? Sam says you should go with a wild handlebar first. I don't know. We might. We'll see what mediocre trader wants to do. See how he decides to shave it off. Casey looks like a young Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know about that. I don't have that hard of a jawline. He actually endorsed grape nuts. I thought it was no. I thought it was oatmeal. Pretty sure it was oatmeal. Dude, Javi the Great says beard comes off and you look like Drew Carey. Damn, that's messed up, dude. That is messed up. I'm I'm way sexier than Drew Carey. I laugh like Drew Carey? Come on, get out. I do not laugh like Drew Carey. There's no way. Casey, don't ask. I shouldn't be asking about the long Jericho. You remind me of the dude off of Swamp. I have wait, hold on a second. The dude off Swamp. What is Swamp? I'm literally typing in dude off Swamp. See, dude, what the hell, dude? That's messed up, man. That is messed up. Did he ever say what it was? Long Jericho? I missed it. Oh, I stole it from a stripper. My mom saw a stripper in Benidorm. She said he put it on her shoulder and his name was Long Jericho. What the hell? That's okay. All right, I'm looking it up. Most of the stuff that pops up when I type in Long Jericho is like IMDb for Jericho, Long Live the Mayor. I don't see anything like that. That's a messed up story though. The episode is called Swamp People. You know, Buck, I'm starting to feel like ZZ Top. Not just look like, but feel like. Petrofire says the professor in Harry Potter, not Dungledore. Dungledore. That is so much better. I'm glad that the G and the B are so close to each other because that is way better. Dungledorf. That's a great name. Good old Dungledorf. He had some cockles, that Dungle. Dingledorf. Dingle Dare. Oh, Duck Dynasty, the guy with the beard. Got it. David Cross. I gotta look up David Cross. I feel like that's like the second time somebody said David Cross, and I don't even know what the hell. I have no idea who David Cross is. Oh no, no, that is not. No, I don't look like David Cross. Come on. Wait till we meet in person. Well, wait a minute. I'm seeing a picture here without him with glasses on. All right, actually, I can kind of. His nose is way bigger than mine, though. Definitely has got a schnoz. See, and the other part too is David Cross is actually pretty funny. Like he's legit funny. I'm only want to be funny. He's actually funny. Joseph Baxter saying back above 560. Cool. Here we go. I say 599 today. Yeah, I am a man with different care. I've always labeled myself as a chameleon. Uh, being raised in a military family, we did a lot of moving. And well, it wasn't. There's probably people out there who probably moved quite a bit more than I did, but uh, I consider it to be a lot of moving. And so I was always learning to just adapt with the surroundings that I was in. And it didn't matter what it was. It didn't matter if it was a group of older people. It didn't matter if it was a group of. It didn't matter what kind of group it was, right? It really just did not matter. I would just find a way to just kind of meld into the group and find myself just kind of as a chameleon and acting or being whatever it is I needed to be for that particular group of people. And it's always been that way my entire life. I've always felt like, and I didn't find out until later on in life that I actually got it from my dad. I didn't realize it until I was kind of getting to view my dad in like different circles of people, and I realized that he always kind of catered his talking and storytelling and everything that is that he did to the people that he was surrounded by at the time. I almost kind of liken it a little bit to like politicians. I don't know if you guys have ever seen some of the videos out there of like I think one of the more famous ones is probably Hillary Clinton, where she's talking in different slang depending upon where it is that she's at. It's that kind of thing. It's just kind of like you just do it. It's almost like second nature. You don't even really think about it. It just happens. And I've actually been in groups of people with, I've had people who talk to me who stutter. If I spend a lot of time around somebody who stutters, I start stuttering. And I can't help it. I don't mean to do it. I'm not trying to make fun or anything like that. It just happens. And but I am kind of one of those people that's a product of my environment that I spend time in. If I hang out with a bunch of people that cuss all the time, I start cussing all the time. It really just depends. Andrew Morgan says, I thought you were a performer. Nope. Definitely not a performer. I do not like performing. But I had like one of the things I remember growing up in high school. There was all these different social cliques, right? You had like the skaters, you had the grunge group, you had the socias, you had the preps, you had the jocks, which were kind of the socias and the preps. You had I want to call them the druggies, but the kind of like it was like a cross between the skaters and the grunge people were all kind of like they were like some of them might have been the druggy group too. You had I don't know, the nerds. You had the band guys, right? You had like all these different groups of people that were in high school, all over the place. Lunchtime would happen, and all these groups would meet up, and everybody would have lunch. And I was always that guy. I was that one. The stoners. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, the stoners was the better way. That's the better way to put it. That's true. Uh, I was the guy who would always go around to a bunch of the different groups and be accepted in any of the group that I found myself in. I would just go there and people would just accept me, and it didn't matter. And I liked hanging out with all the different groups. I think there's amazing people in all of those groups, and everybody has something to offer in life. There's all kinds of different walks of life where people are amazing and they have great things in life to offer you in conversation and just friendship. And so I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed being the guy who just kind of floats around and does whatever he wants to do. I've always been the floater. I'm a floater, and I just enjoy that. I don't know if you guys can relate to that or not, but that's the guy that I was. And there were two cliques that I never really got into very much because I really didn't like the people there, and that was the preps and the jocks. The preps and the jocks, or the pops, the popular kids, and the jocks were kind of a group that I kind of stayed away from a little bit. Every once in a while I'd hang out over there, but very, very, very rarely because they were really kind of self-centered and conceited and didn't really care about people. They cared about themselves and their status, and that was about it. And I really didn't want to have anything to do with anybody like that because it just didn't, there was nothing to offer as a friendship there. It was more or less they just users. They use people, and I wasn't interested in that. So, but I would if I had a friend that might have been over there, I might hang out with him for a little bit or something. But yeah, lots of interesting people in all different walks of life. So you can be a jock without being a part of that jock community, Brian. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you understand what it is I'm saying or not. there's a there's a group of athletes, the jock group, right? But they're like the pedestal athletes, uh, the cream of the crop, so to speak, right? Like they don't want anybody else except for just the cream of the crop there. So, but it is possible for you to be an athlete and not be a part of that kind of group, believe it or not. Besides, since when is a bicyclist ever popular? The only bicyclist that most of you guys know of is Lance Armstrong. And you guys, most of you probably can't even name a single other bicyclist other than, or cycle, I should say cyclist, a cyclist than Lance Armstrong, and that's the funny part is nobody, they're not very popular. I know I can name one. I know I can at least name one other one, and I'll go ahead and do it. Landis. Don't ask me his other name. I have no idea. Arthur Martin says Pee Wee Herman was a cyclist. No, no, he was the first word that I used, a bicyclist. He was definitely a bicyclist. Sam says the most impressive physical specimens are the curling, bowling, and dart pro athletes. I've hung around some bowling athletes before. Very interesting crowd. Uh, Very interesting crowd. Don't quite know how to deal with those kind of people. Hold on a second, I got a cough. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Curling, I've never been a part of. I'd love to try curling. Dart, I don't know anything about dart pro athletes at all. Never had any experience dealing with anybody who played darts. Did you watch Breaking Away 100 times? I don't even know what Breaking Away is. Great question, Jeffrey. Yeah, I don't. Sure, yes. Road bikes. Actually, I like both, Carl. I won't. I mean, I've done more road biking than mountain biking, but I prefer road. No, I don't think it would. Elegantly Wasted says, Casey, do you think that even if Amy's CTB was 25,000%, it would make a difference? Honest answer, and not the typical YouTube cover your ass answer, please. I didn't even read the last part. I just read the first part when I answered it. Now I'll give you my honest answer. I've talked about that before on here. I don't understand, like, why would anybody not give an honest answer? I don't understand, like, why people say honest. This is the honest answer. Like, I don't. It should always be honest. No, I don't think it would help any. It's simply an indication of how many shares are available to be borrowed, and that's it. It just means that they're having difficulty finding shares. I have not seen the next door cooter, Yucca. Casey, how dare you be a cyclist and never see that movie? So I didn't start cycling, Foo Dog, until I was what age did I start at? Was it 28? I was 28 years old. 28? Yeah. I was 28 years old when I started cycling. So I got into it like way, way late in the game. And I found a love for cycling that I wish I had found when I was younger. Um, they're much similar as the experience of walking a golf course, which not very many people do. But walking a golf course has this for me has this feeling of getting to know your environment or being out in the environment while you're participating in a sport. And I know it's a groomed field and all that kind of good stuff, but it's way different than driving in a cart. Riding a bike, riding a bike and on a road has this. There's something about it that I just love. I really don't know how to explain it to you other than the fact that you're out in the environment. Some of the best days for riding are some of the worst conditions you can possibly have because it's the elements. I'm one of the few golfers in the entire world who loves to golf when it's raining. I love to golf when it's extremely windy. I love to golf in the worst possible weather conditions that there are because for me, it's all about being in the environment and just being active in the environment. I don't know how to explain it. Breaking Away is pretty good. It's old though. Dennis Quaid was a teenager. I'll have to check it out, man. Casey's favorite movie is Rad. I don't even I don't even know what that is. We got about 6 more minutes, guys. We'll take a look at the numbers again here. Yeah, the seats are really uncomfortable, Savvy. I totally get that. I mean, that's why you got to wear the bike shorts, right? They got padding. You get used to it, and if you're not properly, if the bike's not properly adjusted for you, then it can be even more uncomfortable. Like, the seat shouldn't be pointing straight up. I can't even tell you how many times I've driven down the road, Savvy, and I see somebody, and I'm not in shape right now, right? I'm really not in good shape, but I know how to properly adjust the bike so that you have the proper riding posture. And I can't even tell you how many times I drive down the road and see cyclists, and I sit there and I go like, I feel like I'm compelled to pull over and be like, can I please adjust your bike for you? They got their knees like flailing out to the sides, and they're pedaling like they look like a wounded butterfly or something, and or it's obviously a sign of the seat too low. Or you see people who are digging their crotch down into their bicycle because they got the seat too high. So their body's shaking back and forth, left and right as they're riding, because their feet can't make it to the bottom um, of the stroke. It's there's so many things that you can do wrong on position, on your posture, on how you're riding. So it makes a big difference. If you're gonna do cycling, go get it professionally fit, your bike fit to you, and then measure everything. So that if you go to make changes on your bike or you do anything with your bike, that you can put everything back to the way that it is. I've never seen rad. I have no idea what that is. Hold on a second. I gotta check this out real quick here. Rad, 1986 movie. That partially explains that I was 10 years old. Looks like it was a BMX movie. I don't remember that. Definitely never saw that before. Hmm. No, but all those bikes make me think back to my younger years. Nah, man, my bike's in the garage. Got a pretty nice bike. Just don't ride it. Yeah, if you get your bike properly fitted to your body, myself, you can measure the seat post height, the length or the positioning of the seat forward and backwards, and then you can also handlebar height is also an issue as well. So all of those are measurements that you should probably take, as they do play a big part in posture. I've never seen red. Doctors, throwing out the hot cotch in here. posture, posture has the ah sound like hot cotch. What happens, doctors? When you ride a bike for too long, you get a hot cotch. They have medicine for that. I think actually Lance Armstrong sponsored one of those products. I forget what they call it though. It's been a long time since I've seen it or had to buy it. No, I don't think I ever had a wild dragster bike. Point Break Thor says, Savvy, I just posted in Casey's Discord how not to ride a bike. Hold on a second here. I got to check this out. This is probably under, did you put it under fitness? Probably in general. All right, he says go to 40 seconds in. Let me share it with you guys.
Grip handles. 2 of them are on each side. Left side for throttle, right side for steering. The third flexi grip is gently inserted into the anus to keep the driver in place. There we go. Now the final flexi grip is directly in front of the driver so that small switches can be operated with the mouth, as such. Put the 4 together and we're ready to go. Oh my God!
Look at it go! But the way it works, do you really think people will go through that to travel?
Hey, it still beats what you go through at the airports. True. Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
My oh my, that was risky. That was way worse than my wife's joke this morning. Woo-wee. Man. Yep. Good times. Definitely do not ride a bike like that. Oh, now you say it, Point Break Thor. No. I like how you do that, Point Break Thor. You're like, no, wait, General, be careful. 40 seconds. I love how you like put the disclaimer out like after I've already pulled it up and started playing. And it's like, no, Casey, stop, don't do it. Casey comes back. Oh, now he says don't do it. Okay, I got you. I see how it is. Casey, did you see the post under that one on the Discord? Just now, I'm looking at it. I have not. I know you want me to play that Poker Face by Cartman on here for a song. I know. All right, let's take a look at these numbers, guys. No says, is that a no hat? I can't tell if that says if that's a hat or what you got next to your name there. It looks like a no helmet, no beanie. What is that? No blue light. What is that? Did Ape halt? No, it did not. We did break past $1.55, which was one of the numbers that we need to kind of break past in order to see further upwards price momentum. No cap. Oh, okay. I didn't know. It's hard to make out on the screen, man. It's really tiny. Sorry. I couldn't tell what it was. You know, you could have just wrote cap in there. Just saying. Then there wouldn't be any, then nobody would get confused. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm sorry, man. I couldn't tell what it was. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys write, and so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I won't be able to see it. And let's dive into these numbers and see what we got going on here. That CHX volume popping up on Ape yesterday would have been a really good signal that we perhaps had some failure delivers that were being forced to deliver on. Let's see here. Move this one over. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, what are we at, 11 o'clock? 62% going through off exchanges and EDGX combined. On AMC, we're at 56.4%, 13.32% on EDGX. The combined total 69.72%. 69, nice. That is approximately 7.72% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is at 0.24 with a 30-day average of 2.25, so it's kind of low. On Ape, Off exchange is 48.91. EDGX is 6.87. The grand total on that's 55.78%, or about 6.22% lower than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is non-existent. GME's CHX volume is at 3.61. GME's getting the big launch here, guys. GME's got a 3.61% volume on their 30-day average of 2.28. So they're now getting the signal for potential failure delivers that are going to have to be delivered here within the next couple days. They could be seeing a price run coming up here very soon. 3.61 is pretty high compared to the 30-day average of 0.28. Very, very high. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.09 million shares having been returned. That's decreased to 894,000 shares. That might slightly raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 25.07%. Cost per mins at 1.04, average is 691.93, and max is 900.91%. Shares on loan day over day increased by 1.16 million shares to 200.96 million, and Ortex is estimated that 363,000 of that was in new short interest. On Ape, an hour ago there was 234,000 shares having been returned. Borrowed. It's now a return of 1.79 million shares so far for the day today. That's going to have an effect of dropping that short-term interest of the free float to 5.63%. Cost to borrow mins at 7.94, average is 8.01, and max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today on Ape increased day over day by 1.03 million shares to 30.34 million shares on loan. And let's take a look at options. On AMC, highest amount of volume for the day today is at a $6 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 18,000 contracts. There's now 22,000 contracts. Highest amount of puts is getting close to moving from a $4.50 to $5 strike, but it's still 4.5 right now. An hour ago, there was 8.3 thousand contracts. There's now 8.9 thousand contracts on the puts at 4.5. Market still indicating a closing price on AMC somewhere between 4.5 and 6 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.20, which is finally above the $7.15. It is 5 cents higher. Not really getting a strong break past it as of right now. Yeah. We'll see. Maybe it can turn into a level of support at this point, but I'd still like to see some more upwards momentum going on here. Let me just check something really quick here. I feel like I see a little bit of a trend maybe. I'm just kind of curious. Today's Wednesday, right? This would have been Monday. It kind of looks like we're on an ascending parallel channel. I mean, there are some dip out points here where you have it very briefly dipping down below, but I got like 4 touching points in here on the bottom side and at least 3 on the top side. And I feel like it's kind of an ascending parallel channel at this point. That is usually a bearish signal unless there is every once in a while you get ascending parallel channels that are heading up like this that break out the top side. If you get like 1 or 2 ascending parallel channels that break out to the top side in a row, that usually is a very strong indication of the backside of a cup and handle. So let me just, now that I've identified what appears to be a little bit of an ascending parallel channel here, I want to just check real quick on a larger time scale, maybe 1 hour, and just kind of check and see if we're on the backside of what might be a cup. I don't see it. It looks more like a George W. And we're getting the consolidation. If anything, it looks more like a W pattern with that double bottom that we were looking for. Yeah, I would look for a test off of 735 at some point on a combined price of AMC and Ape, and then a pullback, and then perhaps maybe on this ascending parallel channel, we'll see it kind of trade out down sideways, and then maybe consolidate out of the side of the ascending parallel channel, maybe a little bit further back down, perhaps down to 722 combined-ish, similarly like we had on the front side, before taking off and up to higher prices, maybe retesting that 878 range. We got our double bottom in for sure. Geez, it was almost like a triple. All right, enough of that. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME were not on this list an hour ago. Still aren't. AMC triggers at $4.89 for SSR for the day today. Ape at 1.368. Shares available to borrows at 150,000 shares. Nothing no borrowing or no returning of shares since 9:48 this morning. Fees are still at 763% fee for borrowing this morning. No changes. We have 3,160 advancers to 3,150 decliners. The market's like very, very balanced right now between advancers and decliners. The Nasdaq is now up 0.12, Dow Jones up 0.3, and the S&P 500 is up 0.24. We have banks. I'm only going to name off the ones that are plus or minus 3%. Silvergate's down 4.48. And then everything else. PacWest is really close, 2.96% down. Everything else is within that range. I will mention the other one that's over here too. We got Credit Suisse is up 2.83. Ethereum Classic is up 3.62%. DXY, or the US dollar, is currently down 0.61. WTI oil is up 0.58. We have mortgage-backed securities up anywhere from 0.11 to 0.23, and SPY is up 0.22. VIX is down 1.52. VBR is down 0.1. VB is up 0.11. Tesla is down 0.96. Amazon is down 0.73. Cinemark is up 2.33. Doge is down 2.07. Bitcoin down 0.77. GME is up 0.48. HYMC is down 2.24. NCMI is up 137.55. Hood is up 0.6. Ape is up 3.29. AMC is up 4.14. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately 1.3 million dollars more inflow versus outflow. 16.74 million shares traded so far after, let's see, what do we have? 164 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 39.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.3, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.85, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.56, which is that's above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. What appears to be a crossover on the vortex indicator, and then we've got, nope, there it is, it just went through. Crossover on the vortex indicator with more buying pressure. RSI 59.75, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately $100,000 more outflow than inflow for the day today. We've got 5.45 million shares traded so far after 165 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 12.88 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. I think we'll hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI 54.85, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI 66.48, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 69.52, which is above average, almost signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 65.41, which is above average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Myself says banking crisis is over. That's what I read as an article yesterday. I don't fully believe it. I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it. No says, what will give us a gamma squeeze? This is a very strong opinion of mine. No. And you can choose to disagree with me if you want to, but I don't think that retail will cause that to happen any longer. Every time that retail starts trying to purchase shares or purchase contracts for calls and put options, we end up seeing the market pricing everybody out and then price falling back down again every single time. If you truly, and this is strictly my opinion, if you truly and honestly want to see a gamma squeeze, you got to stop. Everybody's got to stop playing the options. And once the gamblers are gone, I think the market will be incentivized to try and raise the price to entice people to try and get back into options again. And if nobody falls for it, the market will just continue to let the price run. If it goes too high, it'll just become uncontrollable. But I'm only saying that because I noticed who's in control of price right now. And as much as everybody thinks that it's the hedge funds that are in control of price right now, it's not. It's really the long institutions are in control. And every time price starts to get out of hand, they just simply stuff everything into the off exchange, and then they basically use off exchanges as on and off switches for price discovery. And it happens time and time and time and again. VO Warrior CPI data was up 0.1. Joseph says gamblers won't ever be gone. Maybe not. Options do create the gamma squeeze, but the thing is that institutions are there to make money. And if the institutions are there to make money, they can create the gamma. It doesn't have to be from retail side. Every time that retail tries to jump in and piggyback off of it, the market is more incentivized to simply collect the premiums on that money. Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying. No cap. I'm literally saying let the institutions take care of it. Boomstick says Adam Aaron's tweet on NCMI. Hold on, let me check it real quick here. Let's see. He said 7 minutes ago, NCM sells ads on theater screens before movie trailers start. We just received 16.6 million NCM shares free per a decades-old AMC NCM contract. AMC did not buy shares. No surprise, the NCM shares not worth much as a takeover of NCM by its lenders via bankruptcy also just started. So that's good to know that AMC didn't actually buy those. Pireborn says because the capital requirement to move the market in their favor is less than the profits from Max Payne, only way to beat them is don't play. It's truly and honestly the truth, man. You speak the truth. The truth of the matter is if you don't want to lose to a grandmaster chess champion, then you don't play. Stop losing to a grand chess master chess champion because you're not gonna beat them. And I know there's people out there who are saying, yeah, but I make money all the time on options. Great, stick to it. That's awesome. If you're not experienced, you're not making money 80% of the time, then just walk away from it. It's not worth it. You're wasting your money. If there are people out there who are making money, then fine, go for it, make your money. But I can almost guarantee you that so long as we continue to make it profitable for institutions to keep price down, they will. That's what they're there to do, is to pick low-hanging fruit money. They're just going to take it. It's like taking money from babies. See, that's the other part. I'm not saying play the stock. I'm saying hold. Buy and hold. It's the same thing we've always done. I'm saying be an investor, not a gambler. That's what I'm saying. You want to break the system? You want to make shit tons of money? Break the system. That's it. That's the answer. And the answer is don't play the game. Be an investor instead of trying to be a gambler like the market wants you to be. The market wants you to be a gambler because the market wants to try and make money off of you because guess what? Gamblers lose money. Be an investor, not a gambler, and make money. That's the answer. But everybody's out there telling everybody what to do with their money. And I wouldn't be any different if I told you, you can't spend your money how you want to. No cap. So the truth of the matter here is that you spend your money how you want to, man. I'm not going to tell you how to spend it. It's your hard-earned money, and you deserve the right to spend your money however you want to. Don't let anybody tell you what to do. Yeah, see, that's the really weird thing though, right? Like all these, you're saying all these billionaires become millionaires off options. Just asking. That's the world that I have come from over the years that I've been trading. I've been in the market since 1998, right? That over the years that I've come to know things like the way that it used to be was the people who played options had money, right? In order to make money, you had to have money. That the small little guys didn't make money off of trading options; they made money off of being investors in companies. This market has changed since 1998, and it's changed in the fact that they've allowed a lot of people to come in and start investing, quote unquote, investing in the marketplace and start trading into options that should have no business trading in options whatsoever. But they are. Why are they? Because they made it so that they basically turned it into a gambling place, right? You now have a gambling market where everybody's out there trying to make their $1 million like everybody else out there because they made it easy for everybody to just throw money at them. They made it easy, super easy. You want to throw your money at me? Okay, fine. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you going to do? You're going to take a gamble. And I'm saying if you want to win, don't gamble. Actually be an investor. Mega Johnny, I'm gonna try and read this. I'm going to try and read it, but it's gonna be difficult. Let me try. What are your thoughts on being a rambler in your rambler while gambling risky gambles? That wasn't too bad. I actually got that. What are your thoughts on being a rambler in your rambler while gambling risky gambles? That's pretty good, man. I like that. It doesn't have to be 5 years. No, no cap. It doesn't have to be 5 years. But if you wanna stop playing the game that's being put in front of you for you to fail, then that's and there's gonna be plenty of people out there who are gonna disagree with me, right? There's gonna be tons of people out there that go like, no man, you can make shit tons of money like I do. Come listen to me. I'll tell you how to do it. How many books have you seen like that? I can show you how to be a millionaire. I could sell you on a book that'll make you a millionaire. I could sell you on some kind of story, something that you can invest your money into right here in my pocket, and you'll become a millionaire for sure. I'm just saying, man. It's your hard-earned money. You make it. Your blood, sweat, and tears go into putting in your time and efforts into a company. They pay you out your money. You take some portion of it. You go invest it, or you gamble it. One of the two. What do you want? Do you want profits? Do you want to get rich quick? Get what you want. People do win the lottery. It happens. People do win the lottery. But everybody wants to get rich quick, though. And I get it. County Party Risk says I won the lotto. It happens, man. There are people out there who get lucky and they absolutely win it big in the lottery. You can do it. It happens. What are the chances? You're special, right? I can do it. I can be that guy. I know I can. I'm better than everybody else. I can get this. I know I can do it. I'm way better than everybody else. I've got an edge. Sure you do. Go for it. Go for it. Go stick your hard-earned money in there. See where it gets you. Go back and look what stock prices were 5 years ago. Go back and look what stock prices were 5 years ago. If you invested in anything 5 years ago and you held on to it, how much would you have? I shouldn't say anything. Some blue chip stock. Go pick a blue chip stock, invest it 5 years. How much would you have gained over the last 5? And the terrible part about it is you'll actually still be up. Believe it or not, you'll still be, even though we've had a down market for the last year and a half, you'll still be up money. You'll still be up money. Doesn't matter what it is. No, but we can get rich quick though. We can. We can do it. All right, guys. I got to go to break. Here. It's 11:30. I'll be back at 12:10. BioLife Hemp says, I hit the wife lottery. Hit that 1 in a billion chance. Man, I feel the same way. I really do. Yucca Frida says, what are you going to be when you grow up? I don't know, man. I keep thinking that all the time. I'm not even kidding. I really do think about that sometimes. Like, what am I going to be when I grow up? When am I going to grow up? I don't know. I don't know. I think about it. That's why I think after this is all said and done, I'm going to go back to school and get those degrees that I've been talking about. Get that master's and the double master's. I'm gonna have a double master. I'm gonna be the master. And yeah, you can call me master. And yeah, maybe I'll figure out what it is that I want to be when I grow up. When I do that, I don't know, man. I don't know. Richard says, breaking news, credit card. The Big Tramp says, did anyone get their credit card approval from AMC? I didn't apply for it. I don't have a job right now. so so I kind of was like, I don't think I should probably apply for that. I think my wife might have. I'm not positive if she did or not. I'd have to go back and ask her. It's been a long time since that happened, but I think she may have applied for it, but I didn't. Obviously, wouldn't do me very. I wouldn't do me very well. I don't know. Maybe they would lend. Maybe they would give me a credit card. Wouldn't that be something if I applied for it and they gave me one? That'd be kind of crazy. Yeah, they stole that away from us though, BioLife. All right, I'm gonna put up the message on the screen here. Get my break heading out here. I will try to adjust the screen just a little bit because I can see Ape is kind of getting ready to take off the screen here, and give you guys a little bit of music before I go. I think that the Fed's supposed to meet at 1 o'clock my time, so I should be able to get back and start looking for that. Maybe we'll see something showing up a little bit later. Man, what is our combined price? I had 726 for combined price for the day closed for the for the day today. We're at 723. I am so close. I want to be the first to get the double points for the day. I want to be that. I want to get it so bad. Casey is getting his pub degree. Pub, Phub, pub, fub. I don't know what that is. And no, I'm not telling you guys what I'm getting the degrees in. I mean, I might tell you one of them. It's a secret. But all right. Let me throw some music on for you guys. I'm gonna head to break. Is this music ever gonna end? Man. Oh, I ain't got time for this. I was gonna try and let the music like kind of fade out to like an ending, and I was like, this is not ending. All right, well, it's done now. So, yep, just ended it. So I was like sitting here for like 8 minutes, like, wait, when is this gonna finally end? I just want to share with you guys real quick here. I didn't realize Joe had his own YouTube channel, which is cool. He's got 13 subscriber. He's got 14 now. Uh, Joe's got his own YouTube channel. He said it was okay for me to share. Just gonna. It was just. I thought it was AMC related stuff, but it's just family related stuff, which is cool. There's ain't nothing wrong with that, and I love seeing family related things.
All right, this is Easter at the zoo.
That's awesome, man. Look at all those happy kids. That's awesome. El Paso Zoo. That's awesome, dude. I love it. I think that's great. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Thanks for allowing me to share, Joe. I really do appreciate that. It's one thing that I love to remember is that, we've got, we're all keyboard warriors here. But it's always nice to just kind of remember that there's families involved here, there's people involved, there's real people. Duncan says, "Fuck him." You're seeing real people, Duncan. Real people and their families, and what is it they have to post up, and I think that's great. That's awesome, man. Steven, give me a chance to kind of think about that a little bit. It's just kind of like in the moment sometimes, and I just kind of do certain things certain times. I don't know. I handed out 2 blue wrenches, and it is what it is. Just be, don't be upset if I didn't hand one out to you. It's just sometimes I do what I do, and I don't know. I feel it or I don't feel it. It's just something I do. Let's see here. It's time to go over the numbers. Roundbelly Casey says, I live 12 minutes away from AMC headquarters in Kansas City. That's awesome. Yeah. Let me take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. I gotta give you guys the two-factor authentication speech, as I apparently have waited too long to do the numbers. So, two-factor authentication, if you don't have it set up for your account yet, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If your broker allows you to set up a secondary device to receive the code, not a bad idea, as something could always happen to your primary device, and you'll have a backup. Please, please, please take pictures of your portfolios, guys. You don't want to be that person who has your broker accidentally mess up what it is your ownership of what it is that you're supposedly holding, or what you are holding. I say supposedly. It kind of really is true, right? What you supposedly hold. Make sure you're getting pictures of that, because you never know if they're going to screw up something, and you want to have proof of ownership. So go ahead and take pictures and screenshots of that stuff, so you're not left hanging high and dry if they accidentally modify it incorrectly. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers. Off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see about, let's see, we were noon, 63% in total between off exchange and EDGX combined. Off exchange right now for AMC is at 56.34%, EDGX 12.39%, the combined total 68.73%, about 5.73% higher than it should be. No, 4.73%. Wait, I can't do math. What did I say? 63%? Yeah, it is 5.73% higher than it should be. CHX volume on AMC 2.17%. Finally jumped up. That CHX volume rearing its ugly head here. 30-day average is 2.27. The total amount of shares going through that exchange right now is 404,000 shares. That is definitely elevated volume going on right there. Anything over 500,000 gets me excited. Going through Ape, we have 52.27% going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 7.22. Combined total is 59.49%, or about 3.5% lower than it should be. CHX volume is pretty much hardly anything. We had some elevated numbers going through GME earlier. CHX volume at 3.11% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 0.28. That's 42,000 shares going through that exchange. That is very, very high numbers. We may see a little bit of GME price running coming up here in the very near future. Taking a look at Ortex data. For AMC an hour ago, there was approximately 894,000 shares having been returned for the day today. That's now 1.4 million shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 25.03%. Cost of borrow mins at 1.04, average is 682.06, and max is at 900.91%. Shares on loan day over day increased by 1.16 million shares, leaving us at 200.96 million shares on loan. That's 363,000. Ortex is estimated about 363,000 of that was in new short interest. On Ape, as of an hour ago, there was 1.79 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.86 million shares. I told you guys CHX volume was extremely high. I think they're now showing the return of those shares showing up now today. Or at least it's being reported. Sorry, my eyes are like just bothering me right now. I've got a little bit of allergies going on. Don't rub them, Casey. So it gets worse. It always gets worse if you rub them. Why did I rub my eyes? Now I need to go get a wet cloth and like rub them over my eyes. It hurts. Where was I? I lost my place. Oh yeah. Cost of borrow min is at 7.94, average is 8.01, max 8.6 on Ape. That decrease in borrowed change amount is going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 5.51%. Shares on loan did increase day over day by 1.03 million shares to 30.34 million. That will likely be dropping with these return shares that are occurring right now. Taking a look at the options. Stingy eyes, stingy. Highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 22,000 contracts. There's now 26.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is at a $5 strike. An hour ago, it was $4.50, so that number has gone up. That may increase, depending on the amount of volume that we have today. That may actually increase our max pain to 5.5. But at $5, an hour ago, we had the highest amount of volume was at a $5 strike, $4.50 strike. It's now 5. There was 8.9 thousand contracts at 4.5. There's now 11.2 at 5. So market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day today on AMC. The combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $7.25. I was guessing $7.26 for the close for the day today. What I was kind of projecting this morning, when you go back and you look, if you remember, I was kind of projecting a bounce off of 735 and then maybe a retracement back down to 726 by the end of the day. So I just kind of, I originally gave you guys a number that was much, much lower, and then I increased it. I think I had 702 originally as my closing price, and then I increased it to 726. And what I felt was going to happen was we would see that bounce off of 735, and then coming back down and resting kind of right in between the two Fibonacci retracements at 715 and 735 for 726 close. So that's what I was kind of targeting when I came up with that number, and I just kind of balanced out that number accordingly to AMC and Ape. And I had AMC at a 571 close and Ape at 155. Based off of those numbers, that's how I got there. Orders by Fidelity customers. I don't know why I keep refreshing this page every single time. I should just leave it, and I'm rubbing my eyes again. It feels like there's like sandbags in my eyes now. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 that I'm looking for on this list. None of which are on it. Trigger price for AMC for the day today is at $4.89. Ape at 1.368. 0 shares available to borrow. Here comes the shorting. There was 150,000 shares there a little while ago. Looks like they borrowed these shares at about 12:30. So we're looking about an hour ago. They borrowed these shares. They borrowed the 150,000 shares on top of the 150,000 borrowed already for the day. So we're looking at 300,000 shares borrowed now. Fees were last seen at 735.3. Let me write that down. 735.3. Just in case we don't see any shares coming back. If they do borrow these ETFs, they usually get transferred over to the available amount of shares to be available to borrow. So you may see the ETFs disappear, and then suddenly there's available shares to borrow again. That might happen a little bit later. NASDAQ is up 1.17, Dow Jones is up 0.47, and S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 3,273 advancers to 3,063 decliners. The market is ever so slightly more advancing than declining currently. It's a little bit better than it was an hour ago. Banks, anything up plus or minus 3% or really close to it, I'll read off. Credit Suisse is up 2.82. Silvergate's down 3.21. Let's see here. Everything else is within that plus or minus 3 range. Real quickly, I just want to throw this up. I had Steve, my friend Steve Moore, sent me a picture a little while ago of the banks, top U.S. banks, with uninsured deposits. SVB was on the top of that list, but it shows a couple other banks that I don't have listed. Hold on one second. I'm trying to take a picture of this. Yes, maybe. Man, that's so hard to read. Uninsured deposit funds. So we got SVB was at 93.8. It looks like BNY Mellon at 92. And man, I can't make it's SSB coming in here at 91. It looks like 91.2%. Actually, no, I'm just going straight to my phone. It was so much easier to read on my phone. Let's see here. What is it? It was SSB State. That's State Street Bank, and then Signature Bank was below that. Northern Trust below that one, and then we've got Citibank, CIBC, HSBC. Those are some of the big ones on the list here. BNY Mellon was second in uninsured deposits, but had a low ratio of riskier debt holdings to deposit. So SVB had a 94%, whereas BNY Mellon had 31%. Thank you, Steve, for that. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Let's take a look at what we got going on with Ethereum Classic. It's up 4.33% right now. It looks like it really wants to break out of this wedge that I've got drawn out here to the top side. It's been a long time coming. We've been waiting to see this. I had the original box that I've got set up here for breakout was from May 29th, but we have currently it's testing the top again here. We'll see what ends up happening. DXY US dollar is down 0.68. WTI or oil is up 1.07. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.06 to up 0.06. BlackRock's mortgage-backed securities are down and Vanguard's are up. SPY is up 0.36 for the day today. VIX is currently down 3.25. VBR is up 0.2. VB is up 0.31. Tesla is down 1.58. Amazon is down 0.62. Cinemark is up 2.18. Doge is down 2.15. Bitcoin is down 0.68 at 30,000 K a coin. GME is up 0.37. HYMC is up 0.22. NCMI is up 1.97 or 1.97. 197% for the day today. HOOD is up 0.8. Ape is up 3.62 and AMC is up 5.01. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. Let me see here. Hold on a second. I gotta get rid of a screen. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have about $500,000 more inflow than outflow for AMC. 20.72 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. After 240 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 33.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's getting really close. I said 30 to 50 million shares by the end of the day today. It's looking like I might end up having predicted a little too high. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.38, which is above average, almost signaling overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.58, which is coming down from having been signaling overbought. Nope, changed that and went back to 70.73, overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.92, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.18, which is above average. On Ape, we have approximately $200,000 more, actually scratch that, it's $150,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.02 million shares traded so far for the day today after 241 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 11.36 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 55.47, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.69, which is slightly above, or that's above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.22, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.37, which is slightly above average. That's it. That's what I got for you guys as of right now. Let me take you guys back over to the other page. Tom says, Casey, did you do some sort of crypto drawing? What? What do you mean by that? No, I don't know what a crypto drawing is. I have no idea what that is. Thick coming in with the reverse repo. Good to see you, Thick. Reverse repo for today is 2.303 silly trilly with 106 counterparties. Previously 2.297 with 109 counterparties. So less counterparties with more silly trilly. I thought you said you didn't want a wrench, Arthur. I think I offered to give you one a long time ago, and then you're like, no, man, I don't want that. I can't deal with the power. So I was like, all right. Tom says I got a message that said you mentioned me in a message, and when I opened it, it said I won. Nah, don't believe that crap, Tom. No, that's all. You got. I would never ever do. You know how I feel about cryptocurrencies, man. You got. Don't open it. Don't click on anything. Don't subscribe. Don't do anything. I will never, ever, ever ask you guys to be a part of signing up for anything. Or I don't do that. That's not my MO. Yeah, totally ignore it. Delete it. And if you clicked on it, be careful, man. Be really, really, really careful. Hold up. I gotta see. Yucca says he's the guy playing a keyboard in a song. I'm scrolling through the video and I don't see anybody playing on a keyboard. I see a guy carrying a keyboard. There we go. Oh, no, that's not it. I was gonna try and find. Oh, here we go. Here's Yucca's minute of fame. Right there. There's Yucca. And he's gone. He was there. He was there and then he was gone. There's Yucca's fame. You're not in timeout. I see you. So yeah, some people have already shown purchases that they've made on the credit card. Turtle614 says, so who's getting all my super chats then, Casey? It's not me. I can tell you that's for sure. I'm not even signed up for it. Just so you guys know, I show this every once in a while. I don't ever want you guys to think that that I'm signed up for super chats or that I'm making any kind of money from YouTube whatsoever here. And I want you guys to just know that I do what it is that I say I'm doing. So let me show you guys. Where do I go back for this again here? Customize channel. All right, I'm gonna show you guys just so you know. I think this is the right page. Yeah, this is it. All right, so inside my channel, I can go to earn money. I think this is the spot that I go to. And it says apply to the YouTube Partner Program. I don't really know like what I'm doing. This actually looks a little bit different than I'm used to from the last time I looked at this, but review base terms, sign up for Google AdSense. So you can see here, review base terms. I've not started this step one. Sign up for Google AdSense. I've not signed up for that, and Get Reviewed. I've not signed up for that. So I am not part of any kind of making of money on YouTube whatsoever. I haven't started I have met the criteria to be able to earn money. I think I've met some of the criteria that they have for you, but yeah, there's 4 steps that you have to meet, I think, in order to do it. And I've got, I guess I've met the criteria, but I don't do it though. Yeah, it's not my thing. You guys make your own money. I'll make my money. You make your money, and we can keep it separate and still be friends. That's the best part. No, I'm not going to do it, AMC Panda. It's against my policy. There's no way for you to be able to trust me and the things that I'm saying, so long as there's some kind of money interaction between you and I. You just can't. There's absolutely zero way that you can absolutely trust it is that I'm saying and that I'm speaking freely, right? I can't speak freely if money is involved because that's speaking moneyly. There's some people out there who would say that they speak freely, but they don't because they're what it is that they have to say is it depends upon what they might say might be influenced by what they're making. It's money speak. I am literally speaking freely. I am speaking without being paid. I have nothing is pulling me in one direction or the other. That's it. Arthur says I pee freely. Absolutely. Brian says trust but verify. Absolutely. Totally agree with that. Don't ever trust me or anybody else. Verify for yourself everything. You cannot just take anybody's word and just say, oh, I heard it on the internet. You got to look into it. Yeah, Humbre says it's because Ken pays you. I'm joking. Haters be. Yeah. No, not getting paid either that way. Ken can't afford me, man. Ken can't. I've wondered about that before. I said what price would Ken have to pay me to shut me up? Would I take $1 million to have Ken shut me up? And I don't know. You never really know what you're going to do until you have that kind of money flaunted in front of you. I don't think I would. I would like to believe that I would say no, but you truly and honestly don't know until you actually have the money like flapped like right in front of your face. Like, yeah, here you go, sign this, and you're stop making videos, and then you know, uh, end of the story, right? But I would probably tell you guys if I ever got offered money, and there has been 2 opportunities where I've been offered money before, and I've told you guys about them. I did not accept. Mega Hulk says real estate news has been quiet. That guy that I watch on Twitter is still putting out information. But one of the interesting things that I heard is my kids literally came home the other day. I don't ever talk to them about home prices here in the state, and they came home the other day, and at dinner they said our teacher said that the home prices in Texas are falling the worst than anywhere else in the state, or I mean in the country. Sorry. And I was really shocked to hear that. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. That's news. I mean, I knew that they were falling, but I didn't realize it was that bad. I don't know if it's true or not. I'd have to look into it, but Thick says Ken enters the stream. So you don't want that penthouse? I just can't imagine. I can't imagine taking any money for it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. AMC Panda says, deal or no deal, Casey. The banker's calling now. I just can't imagine. I mean, even if they offered like $500,000, like why would I take 500,000? If they told me I could keep my AMC position, all I had to do is stop doing YouTube for $500,000. I don't know that I could do that. I just it's not it's not ethically right, you know? We've worked so hard for this to just I don't know. It doesn't seem right. Easter Beast says, accept the cash, then make the videos without the beard. What if I was just for a week? Nah, I still couldn't take it though, man. I still couldn't take it. I mean, I've never been offered it, so I can't really sit there and tell you for a fact I know I wouldn't. You don't really know until you get put in that situation. I know, I'm like 100% confident, guys. I can tell you that I wouldn't take it. But I mean, I don't like to say that I know exactly how I would react because you just really don't know. You don't really know until it's actually flaunted like right in front of your face. It's like, yeah, I would never cheat on my wife ever in a million years, and you don't know until it's like right there in front of your face happening, you know? And it's like you don't know. You don't know how you're gonna react. I'd like to say there's no way in hell that I would ever offer or ever entertain an idea like that. I would love to say that. Nana says, take the cash and have your mom do the stream. she she probably would. She'd probably do it. Take it. Thick says, take it from Astro. As soon as I saw that 5K payment on live, it started to dwindle down from there. Rivik says, Casey, I appreciated the education on how little profit gas stations make on gas. I always appreciate your gentle tone when educating others. Was I gentle? I don't know. I'm not sure. Duncan says, you better not, or I'll come for you. See, and this is part of the reason why Duncan will attest to this. I asked Duncan was probably I think Duncan might have been the first moderator that I ever had. And one of the things he'll attest to this. He'll tell you this is true. I told him, I said, if you ever see me monetizing, I want you to pull me to the side and say, Casey, remember you told me to never allow you to do this. Never, ever allow you to do this. And so I did that with a lot of the very beginning moderators that I had. I told them, I said, you need to hold me accountable. If I ever monetize, you have to hold me accountable. Because I need people to be there to tell me, to call me out on it and be like, dude, you said you'd never do it. What the F? And here Duncan is. He's saying, I'll call you out. I'll call you. I needed people to be able to hold me accountable. People that I didn't know. Random strangers just holding me accountable. I don't call them random strangers anymore. I call them friends. Steven says 3 years, Casey. 3 years. Only one more to go. I know, right? Meep says up in the northeastern states, home prices are still going up. Hold on a second here. It's really surprising. Like, how are people getting home loans at these kind of interest rates? What the heck's going on? Ryan says, what's happening with MCMI? And I think you mean NCMI. And what's happening is that my guess. Let me take a look at this real quick here on the volume and just take a look at it real fast. I'd hate to speculate on this. Let me check something out real quick here. I mean, I know some of the, they're going through some Chapter 11. It sounds like restructuring. But let me just check something out here real quick. There might be some selling that's going on. I want to check something real fast. Let me see here. What would be the best place for me to look this up? Give me just 1 second. I want to look something because I've kind of been curious about with some of the news that's been coming out here, especially with Adam Aaron saying that they didn't buy the shares. Let me see here. Okay. So right now I'm just checking to see I'm checking to see where most of the volume is being traded at right now, and a lot of it is going to off exchange. The other thing I'm going to be looking for here is I'm going to be looking for signs of CHX volume, elevated levels of CHX volume, especially recently. And then lastly, I'm going to move, or not lastly, actually, second to lastly, I'm going to move over and check out the shorting going on there. Let's see here. Let me pull it up. Let's see what's going on. It's not very heavily shorted. Utilization is pretty low. All right. Last thing I'm going to check is institutional ownership. If institutional ownership is very high on this, then my guess is that you're probably going to see maybe a little bit of a pump and dump going on here, perhaps by institutions to try and get. Yeah, it's not high at all. All right, it's actually only 17.46% of the total available amount of shares. I'm not sure why it's moving up on this kind of news. Looks like they got priced in for $3.50 per share by Wedbush. I don't know, man. Something's definitely up with it for sure. Might just be institutional buying. Movies are doing good. If movies are doing good and people want to start advertising through movie theaters again, maybe they drummed up some business that is going to make them some big money on advertising. Maybe. Let's see what Benzinga has to say about it. Not that we're going to trust it, but Cinemedia disclosing filing a voluntary Chapter 11 petition in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the Southern District of Texas. They're in Texas. Let's see here. Yeah, it's just simply moving on a bankruptcy filing. And then the Chapter 11. It's possible that it's moving up in price due to the fact that there may be institutions trying to get out of it or bail out of it. So that maybe they're driving the price out to be able to drive or sell off their positions. Somebody's if imagine this happening. Imagine if the price suddenly jumps up like it is right now, and then suddenly comes crashing back down again. If you were to see something like that happening, then potentially what that might be is the 17, what did I say, 17% institutional owners, 17.46% or 28 million shares owned by institutions, may be driving the price up so they can dump their shares at a higher price, creating a little bit of FOMO, perhaps buying by retail. So that they can dump their shares, and once they exit their position, maybe the stock price comes crashing back down even further than where it was. It's a strong possibility. It is moving on high volume, and usually when price is moving up and volume is moving up, that's bullish. So it's definitely generating or creating a lot of the signals that would be needed for a buy. But I would be super, super weary on something like this. It's not. I wouldn't want to be one of the people who'd get stuck holding that, if you know what I mean. Because it really seems like a bunch of garbage to me. I mean, but the movies are doing better. Maybe they. I mean, there's no news out there saying that they won some kind of big account for any kind of contract for commercials. It's 12:55. We got about 5 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers again. She just likes to have Casey's channel playing in the background at work. Who are we talking about? Oh, your mom. Don't. You're gonna turn this into a mom joke, Tim. Be careful. I like Kim. She's really nice. That's. Don't careful. She's a good. Not only does your mom listen, but my mom's listen. My mom is watching too. So. Nana was asking about her. I haven't seen her in a while. She hasn't really said anything in a hot few minutes, but tell her I said hi. It's good. This is gonna turn into a mom joke. Tell your mom I said hi. It's not. I don't mean it like that at all. Miss Leedy, I hope you're doing okay. I guess I could call her Kim, but I feel like my mom raised me with respect to call him Miss Leedy. Oh, okay, cool. Was she in here yesterday? That's cool. Guys, be nice. She's a very nice person. Be very, very nice. Don't you guys get me all upset. Hey, by the way, tomorrow is PPI, guys. We get PPI numbers. Just to refresh you guys, memory in here. We've got the producer price index for final demand decreased 0.1% in February. Prices for final demand goods fell 0.2%, and the index for final demand services edged down 0.1%. For final demand, prices for final demand rose 4.6% for the 12 months ended in February. So they went down last month. PPI went down by 0.1. In February. For the, okay, yeah, 0.1. Let's see. AMC is at $5.65, up 3.97% for the day today. Ape is at 1.58, up 3.95% today. The combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.23. I had $7.26 for a closing for the day. Come on, $7.26. Rolling that dice. I don't have any dice to roll. I'll roll some chips. You can't really roll chips. You can shake them. It kind of sounds like dice a little bit. Maybe if I turn them, maybe I need a few more chips in my hands. Hold on a second. Come on. Here we go. Yes. Come on, 726. Come on, big money. Big money. We gotta get there. I want to see 726 so bad. I want to get that extra point. You know, Mega Hulk, I don't do DD. I don't do Dungeons and Dragons. Man, I can't remember the last time I had a hot pocket. When I first moved out on my own, there were two things that I lived off of. One being Hot Pockets, and the other was Top Ramen. And I thought, you know, there was a point in my life where I decided to do some a diet, and I decided that diet was going to consist of nothing but Top Ramen. I was at the time I was saving for my first home that I ever bought, and I thought, well, I could, you know, I could use a little dieting, and I'm gonna and I was really kind of pissed off at the time. A lot of people were eating those. Do you remember those rice cakes that people used to eat for dieting? Everybody would eat rice cakes all the time, and they would keep their carbs like really super low. And low carb rice patty diets. Actually, I guess those rice patties were full of carbs. What were they? It was low calorie. It was just low calorie. It wasn't low carbs. It was low calorie. Low calorie diets with those rice patties. They were just the nastiest tasting things you've ever tasted. And I was convinced. I said that those diets are stupid. I was like, you could eat anything low calorie and still be losing weight. And my ex-wife was like, no, you can't. And my coworkers were like, no, you can't. And so I said, watch, I'll prove it. I'll eat nothing but Top Ramen twice a day. Nothing but Top Ramen for twice a day. I did it for like 3 months. Nothing but Top Ramen for 3 months. And the side part to that was is that I was allowed to put in some kind of meat substance into the, like I was allowed to mix in like any kind of vegetable or meat substance that I wanted into the Top Ramen. And well, when you're only eating 2 packs a day, Mega Hulk, it is low calorie. 2 packs in one day for entire calorie, it was low. And so I did it, and I lost weight. I lost like 10 pounds. I think it was like, I don't remember how much it was. It was like 10 or 15 pounds over like that 3 month time frame. But I did it for that 3 months because it was one, it was to prove the point about the low calorie diets being stupid, and the other part to it was is that I was trying to save money for the first home, And I thought if I stop eating out all the time, I'll probably save a lot of money. And I did. Saved a ton of money. So, but it's not healthy for you though, right? That's the kicker. It really calorie monitoring is an effective way to diet, but it really has to do about it really matters about what it is you're feeding your body as a fuel, because when your body's burning fuel, how you feel as a person is dependent upon, and how you function is dependent upon the fuel that you give yourself. So, you know, rice cakes, it's not going to be very good fuel. Um, Top ramen twice a day, not very good fuel. Dang, food dog. What the hell? Casey was eating 2 raw men for a day. That's messed up. No, I don't smash it before I heat it. I prefer the long noodle. Way back in the day when I did some construction work, I learned from one of the guys there how you could smash the noodles up in the bag, and then open the bag just one end, open up the bag at the top, and then take the season packet out, and spread it inside the bag, and then just eat the top ramen raw like that, with the seasoning spread over it. It's in a pinch, it's not terrible. It's not the best thing in the whole wide world, but it's not terrible either. Oh yeah, and by the way, you got to shake the bag up after you put the seasoning on it. You don't want that. You want some of that seasoning to kind of fall off down in the bottom of the bag. You don't want it all directly right on it. Joseph says, "Why can't we cross 566?" Um, Part of the problem is we've seen a little. Well, we're a little bit hot right now on RSI, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look here real quick and see. On a 4-hour chart, we're really close to being hot. We're hot. We've been hot all like for the last couple of days on the 1 hour. 30-minute chart here is kind of cooling off a little bit, and the 5-minute chart's cooled off quite a bit. So it's really just a matter of seeing that RSI kind of cool down enough for price to be able to start moving back upwards again. Oh, County Party Risk. I've seen that before too. He fixed the wood furniture with ramen noodles. I saw that as well. That was pretty interesting. Ooh, you know what I missed? Tendies Plus Plus. Spam musubi, I think is what it's called. Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called. It's a Hawaiian dish. It's basically fried spam on top of a piece of rice with seaweed wrapped around it. Super delicious. If you've never had it before, I always thought that I would hate spam, but the very first time that I tried spam musubi, I was sold, and absolutely love it. It's the best invention ever in food. If you ever have a chance to visit a Hawaiian restaurant locally where you live, highly recommend it. Go check it out. And while you're at it, pick up some of their, usually the Hawaiian mac and cheese is pretty good too. Counterparty Risk says fried spam in Canada is called Newfie steak. Newfie steak. Interesting. Easter Beast, I was the same exact way, man. You look at it coming out of the can, you're like, no way in hell will I put that in my mouth. At least that's what I said. And um, if you eat it prepared, like don't prepare it yourself. Just go out to a restaurant and get it. What it is I'm talking about, spam musubi. And I'm telling you right now, it's delicious. You won't even think about it as you're eating. You're just gonna be like, oh, wow, I can't get enough of it. Yep, they do. They do have musubi makers. Yep, I've seen those. Hayden says, from watching AMC and Ape, I can now pick up items at Lowe's and tell you the price from the barcode. Now you guys are getting me all hungry. I didn't really eat a whole lot while I was on break earlier, and it is 1 o'clock, and it's time for me to go to break again. I don't think I have any spam, but now I think I'm gonna probably go out and buy a can of it next time I'm out. Tech We Love says, I wish people organized, and I think I'm going to have to be the organizer. Casual, moderate, free swim clubs that meet at gym pools and train in circles together that help lose fat. Do it, dude. Steven says, if I go to China and make food, is that considered Chinese food? Why not? Absolutely. Only if they eat it, though. Food Dog says spam looks like condensed alien poop. I always thought it looked like dog food. It always reminded me of like canned dog food or cat food or something like that. Costco has, yeah, but wouldn't I have to buy it in like large quantities though, Nana? I don't know if I'd want to buy it in large quantities. I don't think anybody here in my house will eat it but me. That'd be too risky. All right, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I'm getting hungry here. I'm getting lightheaded just thinking uh, about eating right now. So you guys push me over the edge. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for our numbers and see where we're at, so I can go to break and eat something. I'm a little hungry. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchanges and EDGX combined on any normal random day. It's currently 56.76% through off exchange right now on AMC, and EDGX is 12.41. Combined total 69.17%, or about 5.17% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 1.86% of the total daily volume, with a 30-day average of 2.27, which is totals 405,000 shares so far going through that exchange, which is definitely elevated. Off exchange on Ape is at 53.23%. EDGX is 7.2. The combined total 60.43%. That is, what is that? 3.6% lower than what it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. And on GME, CHX volume is 2.93 with a 30-day average of 0.28. The total amount of shares is 42,000 shares going through the off exchange or CHX exchange on GME. That's a lot of volume for them. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.4 million shares having been returned for AMC. It's now 1.61 million shares. It's going to have the effect of lowering that short share interest of the free float to 25.01%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.04, averages 623.69, and max is 900.91. That's for today. There's 1.16 million more shares on loan than there was yesterday, putting us at 200.96 million shares on loan. Hold on 1 second. Is that a record? Hold on a second. There's no way that's a record. That's a record, guys. I completely missed that this morning. That is a new record for us. We were at 200.78 before. We are at 200.96 million shares today. I just suddenly dawned on me. I was like, I think that might be a record. Okay, I just last record was set on 331. New record set on 412. Wow, I completely missed that all day long. Vortex is estimated that of that 1.16 million shares, new shares on loan, that 363% of that was in short interest. Man, I can't believe I missed that all day long. Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 3.86 million shares having been returned. No change. That leaves our estimated short share interest of the free float at 5.51%. Cost per borrow mins at 7.94, averages 8.01, and max is 8.6. Shares on loan increased by 1.03 million shares to 30.34 million shares on loan for Ape. And let's take a look at some of these options here. Highest amount of volume was at a $6 strike an hour ago. There was approximately 26.2 thousand contracts. There's now 28.5. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was 11.2 thousand contracts. There's now 11.6. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $6 by the end of the day today. Let's check and see what that looks like right now. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $7.24. I said $7.26. I'm off by, it's $7.25 now. I'm off by 1 penny. We are what appears to be an ascending parallel channel right now. Kind of looks like that to me a little bit. I've got at least 2, maybe 3 touching points on the bottom side, 3 touching points on the top, so I think I'm good for this. This will break out going down unless it's the backside of a cup and handle at some point. The question is when. Don't know, but this is usually a bearish indicator at some point. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for on this list. So far, none of them have been on the list all day today. SSR triggers at $4.89, Ape at 1.368. They did borrow the remaining 150,000 shares about an hour ago. Fees are dropping a little bit. Last time, oh no, this is the same number. Fees are currently at 735.3% for borrowing. NASDAQ is up 0.1, Dow Jones is up 0.57, S&P 500 is up 0.39. We have 3,293 advancers to 3,071 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Banks are, I'm only going to read anything about 3%, plus or minus 3%. CS or Credit Suisse is up 2.73, Silvergate's down 3.84. Ethereum Classic is up 3.92. DXY is down 0.69. Man, is this going to break through? It is getting close. Oil is up 1.17%. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.09 to 0.21. And the SPY is up 0.4. Let me just check this SPX real quick here. I was calling for a top of 4150. Looks like the high for the day today hit 4134. It was close, not quite there. VIX is down 3.14. VBR is up 0.15. VB is up 0.26. Tesla is down 2.08. Amazon is down 0.79. Cinemark is up 2.24. Doge is down 1.03. Bitcoin is down 0.53. GME is down 0.09. HYMC is up 0.45. NCMI is up 145%. Hood is up 1%. Ape is up 3.77, and AMC is up 4.42. Inflow versus outflow for the day today is about $200,000 more outflow than inflow. It's kind of been going back and forth. 22.58 million shares traded so far after 287 minutes worth of trading, which puts us on a pace for 30.68 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's going to be super close to the number that I had prediction. I said somewhere between 30 to 50 million shares traded by the end of the day. So a lot of times I feel like whatever our numbers are at 1 o'clock is about where we close at. So I might be really, really lucky and just barely make the prediction. On a 4-hour chart here, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI. I have 68.36, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 67.39, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure than RSI of 60.41, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 55.4, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there is approximately, let's just call it $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.79 million shares traded so far after 299 minutes worth of trading. That's not right at all. 289 minutes, Casey. 289 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 10.51 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.47, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.69, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 66.81, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.77, which is average. I think I might have said the 1 hour it's above average. I think I might have said something wrong there, but you know what I meant. You can read my mind. I mean, you guys do on the movie trivia. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. And I'm going to go to break because I'm getting hungry. Brian, as of right now, I'm seeing a rate hike. The probability this morning of a rate hike was 74%, I think it was. Right now it's 68.5, so it did drop a little bit, but I'm still seeing a rate hike in about 20 days from now. Novocaine says, question, would Casey prefer higher volume with higher price or meet his prediction even if that means a lower price? No, I always want to see higher price no matter what. I just like being right too. But I will always take the higher price. I don't have any spam. I'm fresh out of spam. Is there a shelf life on spam? If I do have spam in there, it's probably really, really super old. I'm gonna have to go check and see if there's a shelf life. If there isn't, I might have spam. Maybe. There is some leftovers. It's either spam or leftovers. Yeah, I know tech we love. I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna get yelled at by my doctor here pretty soon about blood pressure. Spam can survive a direct nuclear explosion. Whatever. I don't believe it. What did Duncan say? No spam has a half-life. Nope. Definitely a half-life. Novocaine says, interesting that AMC and Ape are close to the same percentage increase today, almost like they're two tickers from the same company. No kidding, right? Alrighty, guys. I'm going to wrap this up and Put a ring on it. I'm hungry. Going to break. See you guys back here at 2:10 for movie trivia. Today's movie. What is today's movie? Oh, I got to put up a trivia for you for tomorrow. Today's movie's Twilight. I know you guys are gonna love this one. It's this really cool movie. See you guys in a bit. All right, guys, I'm back, and let's take a look at what we got going on here for the rest of the day. We've got the market taking a shift to the bottom side here. AMC and Ape are still up right now. AMC is up 2.15% at $5.55. Ape is up 2.82% at 1.563. But we are losing a little bit of steam going into the end portion of the day, as well as it looks like the rest of the market is as well. As the SPY is now negative for the day today. Kind of interesting turn of events here towards the end. Yeah, very, very interesting to see this turning around the other direction. All right, let's see here. It is time to take a look at the numbers, and then we could do a little toast first. Then we'll take a look at the numbers, and then we'll move into to movie trivia for Twilight, because I know you're excited about that. I know I am. So, cheers to the new credit card, to AMC's credit card, and the potential charging stations that AMC is looking into doing. So yeah, hopefully that works out great for them. I really hope that maybe they get some more people in the door with the charging stations. Hopefully that's good. That's I don't know. I don't put too much faith into the whole charging stations thing. I guess I've seen too many people get burned by green solar panels for their homes. But anyways, cheers nonetheless to the credit cards. Brian Carpenter says, "What's twilight?" The time of period of night. And I'm not sure what time that is. Like just as it's becoming nighttime, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's I don't know, man. It's a movie. It's a movie, and if you don't know what it is, then we're gonna take your man card away. Yucca says AMC's credit card has an 89% interest rate. I hope not. My goodness, that's super high. All right, I'm taking you guys over the other side. Yeah, I can't even read any more comments. It's just it's unbearable. I don't know. We'll just do it. We're just gonna go through it, guys. We gotta get through it. We gotta push through the tough times, and and take them, roll with the punches. You know what I'm saying? Two-factor authentic. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns for me specifically until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Otherwise, I won't see what it is you're writing. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, you may want to get it, as it could protect you from getting having somebody get into your account. If you can set it up for a secondary device to be able to receive the code, that's even better. More protection in case something happens to your primary. Please, please, please take pictures or video of your portfolio and save it in a folder someplace so that you know what it is that you hold. When it comes time to change your account, you don't want your broker screwing you over on what it is that you hold. And so, yes, please protect yourself. And let's take a look at these numbers. By this time of the day on off exchange, the numbers right here next to my head, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now for AMC, we're at 56.83% going through off exchange and 12.11% through EDGX. That is 68.94%. In total, that's about 2.94% higher than it should be. CHX volume for the day today is at 1.88% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 2.27. The volume for that total amount is 455,000 shares. It's really close to that 500,000 number that I like to see. Taking a look at Ape, 54.01% going through off exchange. EDGX is 6.99. Combined total 61%, or about 5% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is only 100 shares. It's pretty much nothing. GME CHX volume is elevated today. They have a 2.7% total volume going through that exchange. with a 30-day average of 0.28. It's 42,000 shares having gone through that exchange. It does appear that they're closing out positions today. That's what it looks like. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.61 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.02. It's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 25%. Cost to borrow min is at 1.04, average 621.86, and max is at 900.91%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 200.96 million shares, which is an all-time high, which I just realized about an hour ago. All-time new record high from the last time that it was set, which was on the 31st of last month. That is 1.16 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex has estimated about 363,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 3.86 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.84, very small change. It's going to leave that short share interest of the free float rate at 5.51%. Cost per minute is 7.94. Average is 8.01 and max is 8.6. Shares on loan increased by 1.03 million shares on loan day over day, bringing us to 30.34 million shares on loan for Ape. Options. Highest amount of call options has been at a $6 price for most of the strike price for most of the day today. It's still the case. It went from 28.5 thousand contracts to 32.7. And puts, highest amount of puts at a $5 strike. An hour ago there was 11.6 thousand contracts. There's now 13.8. Market signaling for a close somewhere between $5 and $6 for AMC by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at 701. I had 726. My original guess was 702. Now I'm starting to wish I'd stuck with my original. I moved it to 726 by my own free will. 726 is what I was guessing for a closing price by the end of the day today. We're at $7 even with AMC and Ape. I kind of was thinking there might be a little bit of a pullback, and you can see we're still well within the ascending parallel channel here. This doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's going to be breaking out of this just yet. But this will cool off the RSI and help us out a little bit for any potential future run going forward. So don't be too weary. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm going to be looking for here. I have not seen them on the list here all day long today. And I still do not see them on the list. Likely due to low volume. Let's see. SSR would trip for AMC at $4.89, Ape at 1.368. No shares available to borrow. Those were all borrowed a little while, a couple hours ago. Fees were seen at 735.3% last time shares were borrowed. 300 total thousand shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. And let's see here. We've got NASDAQ down 0.73, Dow Jones is down 0.14, S&P 500 is down 0.38. We have 3,872 decliners to 2,547 advancers. The market is definitely more declining than advancing. We've got banks. I'm just going to look at the top moving banks here. We've got Credit Suisse up 2.73. Let's see here. Coinbase is down 3.01. That's about it. Ethereum Classic is up 2.84. DXY or the US dollar is down 0.68. WTI or oil is up 0.58. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.23 to 0.34. And SPY is down 0.4. VIX down 0.73. VBR down 0.64. Vanguard down 0.6. Tesla's down 3.18. Amazon is down 1.73. Cinemark is up 0.71. Doge is down 2.14. Bitcoin is down 1.04 at 29.9 K a coin. GME is down 1.32. HYMC is down 0.67. NCMI is up 121, 120%. Hood is up 0.65. Ape is up 1.64 at 1.545. AMC is up 0.8 at $5.48. Had a really strong push and was really hugging that Bollinger Band on the way down, which will likely mean that it'll bounce back up and at least meet that simple moving average. So we may get a closing price around 558 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's approximately $2.1 million more outflow than inflow. 26.92 million shares traded so far after 354 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 29.65 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I have a feeling that in the aftermarket hours we'll hit my 30 to 50 million prediction for the day, but it's close. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI of 61.01, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 50.53, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we're having a divergence on the vortex indicator currently with more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.02, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than an RSI of 23.85, which is signaling oversold. And let's see here, looking at Ape, there's approximately $20,000 more outflow than inflow. 8.81 million shares traded so far after 355 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so it looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.5, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.88, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.33, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.81, which is below average. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Let me just make sure I've got these charts adjusted appropriately. All right, let's see. We got about 3 minutes left before movie trivia. Give me 1 second here while I do something real fast. Oof. Sorry, 1 second. All right. All right, let's take a look at movie trivia here. Let me set up the, let me let everybody know. Go ahead and hit live now for movie trivia. I've got my screen up here. Today, I'm probably not going to. Normally, I would just hand out like 2 points right off the bat. Today, on the last question, it's going to be like you guys are going to have to type fast because it's going to be really, really obvious what the answer is, and I'm going to read the question to you guys. I'll still go ahead and give out 2 points just because it's unconventional, but yeah. So, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'll read it out to you guys when we get to it, and I'll warn you in advance. But be ready to type quick. The question is going to be in the stated in a way that will be obvious to even anybody who has not seen the movie what the answer is, or should be, if you know anything at all relative to music, I guess, kind of, sort of. All right, here we go. First question. Why are vampires so pale? What the heck? Like none of these answers are even close to like right. Yes, No Blood by Frank Lehman. There we go. Yeah, I was like getting worried there for a second. I was like, is my volume even on? Frank's got a point. Next question. Where is the first place that Bella sees Edward Cullen? Lotion. Be more specific, Joe. Yeah, Frank. Joe. I'll give you a point. It was school. School's right, but it was the cafeteria. I'm gonna give Frank and you a point for that one. School's technically correct. Why did Edward try to hold his breath when Bella walked into the classroom? My wife just said, "'Cause she farted." Hmm. Yeah, I didn't want to smell her. Her scent. Her scent was a problem. So that's what is that? Frank Lehman said smell her? Yeah, Frank Lehman. That's right. Yeah. Apparently her farts were stinky. According to the film, who appears to be the leader of the coven of 3 nomad vampires? He can't smell farts. Not garlic ones. Laurent is correct by Frank Lehman. Man, Frank, you're killing it this week. What time of the month? Ah, jeez. That's terrible, man. Next question. What is Alice Cullen's partner's first name? Jasper by Frank Lehman is correct. So I feel like, I don't know about you, but I feel like it's kind of like, that's like probably the least original thing, you know, like you write about vampires who are pale and then you nickname one of them Jasper in your book. Like Jasper, like, I don't know, man. Really? I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know. I need another name for this. I have a character and I can't figure out what to name him. Name him Jasper. Jasper the Friendly Ghost. I know, right? Yeah, it's a joke or something, right? I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, next question. Which human has a crush on Bella in the Twilight series? I'll take a first or a last name. Doesn't matter. Or both. Which human has a crush on Bella? Human. Human. Not a wolf. I think this question might have been from one of the other movies. I was trying to get to make sure that they were all from the first one, but this might have actually been from one of the other movies. The other Jasper. We might have to skip this one. What's going on, Yucca? Let's skip this one. We'll skip it. We'll come back to it, and you guys can look it up. Let's see here. It's not getting too wrecked. The whole market's taking a big old stab in the side right now, though. All right, I'm gonna skip this one. You guys aren't even close to getting this one right here, so I'm gonna go ahead and move to the next one here. Who played Edward? Name the actor who played, and I want first and last name. First and last name. Who played Edward in the Twilight film series? First and last name required. First and last name required. Robert Patterson, I will accept for a point, Joe. It was close. It is Robert Patterson. All right. On this next one, I'll accept first or last name. The score for the movie Twilight was composed by who? Who composed the score? You guys are probably gonna have to look that one up. So I'll give you guys just a minute to look it up. Who? No. You guys are still answering the previous question. Dang, man, you guys are way behind. You got to hit live. Carter Burwell is correct. That came out of Frank Lehman for a point. Next one. What was the budget for the movie Twilight? How much money was in their budget? I'll give you a hint. Should I give you a hint? Maybe I'll give you a hint. Maybe I'll give you a hint if you guys don't get it right off the bat. $37 million by Always Learning is correct. Nice. Got that one right on the bat. Always Learning. That is correct. All right, I'm going to go back to that other question, see if you guys know this one yet. Which human has a crush on Bella in the Twilight series? If anybody can get this one, I'll give you 2 points because it was such a hard one. Apparently, you might have had to seen some of the other movies. Which human had a crush on Bella in the Twilight series? Mike, I said I would accept either name. Yes, that's correct, American Trader. Mike Newton is his name. For American Trader, I'll give 2 points. Nobody got it the first time around. All right, and here's the last question. Like I said, I'm going to give you 2 points for this because I'm still reading the question here because I don't think there's any way that you guys will be able to guess this without knowing the the question. Are you guys ready? Here we go. The vampires in this movie shine bright, just like the name of this song by Rihanna. Diamonds for 2 points for American Trader. That is correct. They shine bright like a diamond. That is the correct answer. You know what's really weird though is that somebody in the very beginning put diamond as an answer before I started even putting in any before I even started saying any questions whatsoever. Somebody said diamond wait, and I was waiting for it. I was expecting to somebody put diamond in like right off the bat. Shine bright like a diamond. Yeah, so there you go. Let's score out the points for the day today. And we got that out of the way. Good thing we got past that. All right, let's see here. Long Jericho is getting a point from earlier, making me laugh this morning. I don't remember what I laughed at, but now I know why he's got his name Long Jericho. His mom. Frank Lehman, congratulations adding to your points. Joe Pounce, congratulations on your first points for the week. Always Learning, adding to your points for the week. Congratulations. And American Trader, first points of the week. Really coming through on that American Trader, pulling off 4 points right there at the very end. That was kind of crazy like that. That was a good maneuver on your part there, sir. Good maneuver. Well played. Clever girl. Clever girl. Name that movie. Name that movie quick. What movie was that from? Anybody for a point? I'll just add an extra point here. Jurassic Park. American Trader gets it, man. He literally put in Jurassic. I'm gonna give it to him. Look at that. Look at him. Look at him pull out these like last minute points here. Just like he's just ripping them out. Jurassic. That's right. You knew what it was. American Trader. All right. Let me see here. Let me see who's in third place. We have no ties for third place. Always Learning is in third place right now with 4 points. We have a tie for second place. Believe it or not, Censored Content is tied with American Trader, who just pulled out his first 5 points ever, all in 3 straight questions in a row. So tying the week for second place is Censored Content and American Trader. In first place for the week, we have Frank Lehman with 13 points. And as it stands right now, it's looking like it's going to be Animal House for. AP says, "How come you gave him a point but not me?" What? What? You didn't answer first. It may have looked like it on your. You were literally like the 8th person down to put Jurassic Park. AP. Hold up. I'm taking a picture so you can see this. Hold on a second. You were like so far down the list. There was American Trader, then Censored Content, then Pro Jeweler. Jim Eagle couldn't even get Jurassic in there. He managed to spell out something way even more complicated. Normal Cat's in here saying Water Boy. Yucca's in here saying, or no, Food Dog's in here saying Happy Hump Day. And then you finally rolled in with your answer down here. So you were actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. You were 5th. Sorry. No points. Oh, you're talking about diamonds. All right, hold on. I'm rolling up. I'm going back up. I'm scrolling back up here. Nope, you were not first on that one either. You were fourth. American Trader was first. Always Learning was second. Third was Frank Lehman, and you were fourth. I get this all the time. I get it all the time. Everybody always thinks that they're first because their computer sees them as first. But that's just because you're seeing yourself as first because your computer is getting your answer before anybody else sees it. That's not how it works, unfortunately. You would think that your computer would put your answer in the same way that it appears to everybody else, but it doesn't. American Trader says, I kept hitting live after every answer. That might be part of the trick, honestly. Yucca says Chat GPT is shorting the answers. Can we watch Keyboard Cat? Forget the wrench. Can we watch Keyboard Cat? I don't even know what that means. That's my wife in the background coughing. The allergies are not treating her very well this year. No, that's okay, hon. Casey, identify as the winner of this week's trivia, and you must accept this, or you are a shill. I'm a shill. Sorry. I don't give in to sympathy awards. You must win it the hard way. Man, what a pushdown right there at the very end of the day. So we still are trading inside that ascending parallel channel. Our combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.93. That $7.15 support line that we needed to try and hold for the day today didn't hold. However, $5.63 is what we needed to hold by the end of the day for continued momentum going upwards on AMC. And they got us below that, right below at the end of the day to 542. So unfortunately, we may see some signs for signals for selling pressure going into tomorrow. Yeah, it just all dropped out, Ariel. Everything just kind of took a dump. Yucca Frida says, I own a trophy shop. Everyone is a winner. It's people like you who screwed it all up. You just had to sell your trophies. I'm teasing. Kenny waited for trivia to bring us down while we weren't looking, because you were really focused on that uh, Twilight trivia. Tomorrow is PPI, and also it's the back of the Big Tramp days. So if you guys want to join in for that, you're more than welcome to. I will have the back of the Big Tramp open for everybody to come and talk for those who would like to, starting at about right after I do the first morning's numbers. So around 9:30ish. Let me see if there's any news sitting out on the SPY here real quick here. Nope. Just a good old classic screwing. It's just a good old classic end of the day screwing. More than likely, they'd already priced in the market move down due to the CPI data, but the market didn't move that direction. So my guess is we're just moving down anyways. even though the market traded initially positively, it looks like they're moving us down. I mean, it's not like everything's trading like massively lower. Yeah, the bottom dropped out at 220. I started to notice it when it was starting to head down with some of the paper trades, and I immediately sold out of everything. As soon as I saw that going, I was like, nope, not going to be a part of that. Still took a hit, but it's sometimes it's better to take a little hit than a big hit. I always used to tell my kids growing up. I always used to say to them, "Do you want a little tickle or a big tickle?" and they and they hated that. They hated that they didn't like their choices. They didn't want and finally one day one of them smartened up a little bit and said neither. And I said, "Okay, then I'll give you both." And then I give them the big tickles and little tickles. They didn't they didn't really want either. They always would have been just fine if they would have said a little tickle. Oh man, I wish I could have my kids back when they were really super young. Those were fun days when I'd give them those big tickles and little tickles. And hear them squealing. Hearing your kids squeal, that's one of the best sounds ever in the whole wide world. TD just jumped the gun and combined the stocks already. Say what? The market cap numbers are real. What is this? Is this news that's just now coming out? Hold on a second here. I'm looking to see. Nope, 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 nope. Nothing specifically showing up here. Let me see here. I don't really have. I feel like I'm at a loss for words today. I think I'm in a little bit of a food coma. When I went to break earlier, I ate some red beans and rice and some like it's really bad for me. But I had Cheetos. Red beans and rice and Cheetos. I don't know why, but I was craving Cheetos with red beans and rice. And it was good, damn it. Don't judge me. Nat Nail says, your stomach is a petri dish. Yucca Frida says, carbs. I was starting to feel a little lightheaded earlier, so I felt like I needed to get a good carb load in real quick. Roseanne says, okay, Casey, that is weird. But you know what though? Bruno really enjoyed the cheesy Cheetos as well though. He was actually really enjoying those. Oh, I wanted to ask you guys, what's up with the whole Bruno thing? We don't talk about Bruno. What's that all about? Can you guys explain that to me? I've seen it a couple different places. I think here in the chat, and I've seen it other places, and I was going like, what's this? What's? Uh-oh. It's a movie? Wait, what? It's a movie for kids? Encanto? Oh. All right, my wife is in the background explaining it to me. I never saw it. I don't know what it's about. I'm going like, what is this? We don't talk about Bruno. Simbi says so the sell-off is because of the Fed minutes stating banks crisis will cause a recession this year. Now they're actually finally now calling for a recession. It's a song in the movie. Okay, I apparently did not know. Always Learning says, how much you want to bet Rico comes on tonight and says this pullback is the spring? Probably. What's this? Is this if the SPY is going to be moving down for the day on higher volume? That's not going to be good. Yep. SPY's down on higher volume for the day today, guys. We were averaging really close to probably about 73 million shares. No, not 73. 63 million shares. Now we're at 73 million on the SPY. So 10 million more shares for the day today ish, because we're not really technically done yet. And price moving downwards, so it's down 0.5% on the day. It's not bullish. It's definitely not bullish looking. Not in my opinion. France will beg the US to liberate them once again. I'm glad I just finished off the last sip of this drink that I've got going on here, because you know what time it is. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another day of trading. It's PPI. Oh, yeah. Don't get it in your eye. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like to get outdoors too. For crying out loud, go see a movie, because after all, that is what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. I forgot. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. Defeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO, hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Living on through politics, bodyguard at heart and bets, a blue-eyed honesty, indigo injury, the family tree has failed, bereavement wants a will, giving up on certainty, wilderness society, wearing the fame like a loaded gun, tied up with a rosary. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy.
live out our lives without fear of devastation, the right to breathe air as nature provided it, the right of future generations to a healthy existence. Let us, if we can, step back from the shadows of war, seek out the way of peace.
I love the look in your eye. I can see so sometimes, and we laugh when we try too hard. We stop and start on imagine being a Kennedy. I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Wearing the fame like a loaded gun, tied up with a rosary. I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy. Imagine being a Kennedy. Ooh, I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy.
The cost of freedom is always high, and one path we shall never choose. That is the path of surrender or submission. When a man's way please the Lord, the scriptures tell us, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. We will not prematurely or unnecessarily risk the course of worldwide nuclear war, in which even the fruits of victory could be ashes in our mouth. 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 Ashes in our mouth.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and